Ever wanted to build and deploy a podcast platform without needing a real human voice? Sounds crazy, right? Hi there, and welcome to a one-of-a-kind course where you will develop Podcaster, a unique software as a service app with AI-powered features like text to multiple voices functionality, and even AI-generated images to host podcasts like never before, as well as have the opportunity to turn it into a potential side income or business idea. With robust authentication, a modern homepage showcasing trending podcasts, and a sticky podcast player, a Discover Podcasts page with a fully functional search feature, Create Podcast page with text to audio conversion, image generation, and previews, and finally, a profile page to view all the podcasts you've created. All of this while learning Next.js with client-side rendering, group routes, dynamic routes, and more. Advanced and reusable form management using TypeScript, React Hook Form, and Zod. ShadCN and Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI. Of course, Clerk for authentication, and OpenAI APIs to generate podcast audio and custom thumbnails. And last but not least, Convex, an open source backend that allows you to build polished full-stack apps. It's for the startup founder inside you, letting you ship your scalable apps or startups quickly. Now with even better teaching methods, where you'll get an open source code base you can look at if you get stuck, a custom Figma design so you know exactly what you're building, and a custom Discord forum for this project to get all your bugs resolved. All of these things are completely free, so grab them from the links below while this intro is rolling. Oh, and the software we'll use in this video, like Convex, Clerk, and OpenAI API, everything is completely free too, so you can follow along from anywhere in the world. And here's the demo to show you precisely what you'll build. A modern homepage showcasing trending podcasts that people in the community have made. On the left side, we have a sidebar to navigate between different pages. On the right, there's a sidebar with Fans Also Like carousel, showcasing different podcasts, and below it, top podcasters. If we click on one of the podcasts on the homepage, it'll take us to the podcast details page, where we can see the complete info from the creator, the ability to play the podcast, see how many people have listened to it, the transcript used to generate the audio, the prompt used to generate the thumbnail, and all similar podcasts your users might want to check out. Now, if you click on Play Podcast, a bottom sticky player appears and starts playing it. You can play or pause it, go backwards or forward, and even mute and unmute the podcast. Pretty cool player, right? Now, if we go back, you'll need to log in to create your own podcast and see the other pages. For that, you'll develop an entire user management system with Clerk. Sign up or sign in, and you can check out the discovery page. Here, you can explore different podcasts created by others, and what's even more interesting is the search feature at the top. We can search podcasts by title and creators and get to see instant results, just like that. If I click on this podcaster avatar, it will take me to its details page. And here I can see all the podcasts hosted by that creator, the number of listeners, and the ability to play their random podcast. But where's the fun in listening to other people's podcasts? Let's create our own unique podcast instead. On this create page, we start by providing a good title for our podcast, and then immediately we can decide which voice we want to use to play it. From Aloy, Shimmer, Nova, Echo to Onyx, selecting any of these will give you a little demo of how they sound.
Hello, I'm Shimmer.
Pretty cool, right? And you can also choose to do this in different languages. From Afrikaans, Chinese, and Croatian, which is my language, to Hindi, Japanese, Korean, Persian, Portuguese, Turkish, and many others. It's completely up to you. I'm proceeding with English for this video, but you can choose anything. Back to the form, we can add a description and the whole transcription of the podcast. So OpenAI can turn it into speech. Click on Generate Podcast and boom, there's our audio, ready for preview. Let's listen to it for a few seconds.
Guillermo Rauch, the CEO of Vercel, said he used to spend weeks just setting up all the stuff around React.
Whoa, that sounds perfect. It is so crazy how far text-to-speech has gotten lately. It sounds very natural. You can make changes, try another with a different voice, or continue. Next, we can decide on the thumbnail of the podcast. We can upload our own or ask AI to do it for us by providing a simple, clear prompt. I'll type something in, and cool, I like the image that I got here. You can retry it if needed, but this feels good to me. Now, let's submit and publish our podcast. That's easy. After success, it'll redirect you to the generated podcast details page where you can see everything you have provided, play the podcast, delete it, or do whatever you want with it. There's also a profile page to check out all of your podcasts. And last but not least, every little element of this web app is responsive across all devices. I know a lot of stuff is happening here, so intermediate knowledge of React or Next.js will be needed. If you're not there yet, check out our Next.js crash course and come right back. And remember, you can use this app as a blueprint for building your own Saas applications. I bet you can't wait to start developing it, so let's get started. Welcome to a JS Mastery course. I'm quite excited to get started on this journey of teaching you how to build a Saas application. On the screen in front of me, there are many pages, starting from the login to a great looking homepage, even the create podcast page. But what's hiding behind this seemingly simple CRUD application is AI generation. In my humble opinion, this is one of the best ways that I've seen AI being used. As you've seen in the intro, you'll be able to feed Podcaster a transcript and it will generate a voice and even a thumbnail for your podcast. There's a lot of ground to cover, but I just wanted to quickly put this design in front of us so you know exactly what you're building. Oh, and the link to get this entire design and to follow along will be in the description. You can get it completely for free. But with that said, let's talk a bit about the tech stack. We'll use Next.js, the React framework for the web, used by some of the world's largest companies, enabling you to create high-quality web applications. Once I started using it, I never went back, and I truly believe it is the best way to spin up Saas applications nowadays. And we'll power it up with TypeScript, which will allow us to write a bit more quality code that we can trust and scale. Of course, we'll use Tailwind CSS, building on the premise that Saas applications need to be built fast, so we can quickly add styles right within our JSX, and that way have custom styling, but with a lot of precision and speed. And on top of Tailwind, we'll also use a ShadCN component library that will allow us to quickly create modern and uniform components. Everything from accordions to buttons to searches and more. And building on the promise on building polished full-stack apps more than any other software I've covered so far, Convex will allow all developers to become technical startup founders who just want to build or launch their Saas very quickly and easily. It's an open source backend as a service platform that allows you to perform queries, mutations, and much more. But what they're really doubling down on is the ability to generate quality code fast. So, taking a quick look at their templates library, you can see they're pairing very nicely with Tailwind, OpenAI, Next.js, Clerk, Stripe, and more. So anything from getting payments to doing some AI stuff, styling, and more, you can do it. So with that in mind, we will be pairing them with Clerk, which I found to be the best way to spin up Saas applications quickly, providing your app with a comprehensive user management platform that is more than just a sign-in box. Going back to Convex for a second, I just want to point out that it is completely open source and that everything we'll do in this course you can follow along with and do completely for free. So as long as you're a single or duo developer team, you can spin up 5 Convex projects completely for free. So, to be able to follow along with this video properly, let's do just that. In the description of this video, you'll be able to find a Convex JS Mastery link. Follow it, and let's create our account by clicking Get Started, which will redirect us to this interesting login, and we can get started with creating our project. Just enter a project name, JSM underscore, and I will do Podcaster. You can do JSM underscore and then choose a different name for your app. And that's it. Our project is created, and soon enough, we'll put it to use. Great. Now you understand the software we'll use to create our Saas application. And if at any point of this video you get stuck while building it and something just doesn't work, I would highly recommend joining our Discord server. The link will be in the description because I have created a special JSM projects forum specifically for our podcaster application. So just open up a new post, and this is the best way to get help if you get stuck. Of course, you can also join the Convex community and get support there too. And of course, you get a completely free open source codebase for the project you're about to build. Of course, you could just go ahead and fork this, but that way you would lose on all of the phenomenal learnings we'll go through this video. A lot of detailed Next.js stuff, TypeScript, React hook forms, Zod, ShatCN, Clerk, Convex, OpenAI APIs, and so much more. So feel free to check this out later on. But at the start, if you have a minute, feel free to just click this link and give it a star. I would very much appreciate that. With that said, we can start building out your phenomenal Saas application by initializing a Next.js app. We don't even have to go to get started. They have neatly placed this installation command right here, so we can copy it. And then we can open up a new empty Visual Studio Code window and create a new empty folder on our desktop, which I'll call Podcaster. Then simply drag and drop it in. Once we do that, you can expand Visual Studio Code's built-in terminal and just paste your command, but don't enter it yet. We're gonna add a / at the end to generate the files and folders right within the current repository, and press enter. It's gonna ask us a couple of questions. One is whether we would like to install TypeScript. We're gonna press yes. Once again, no previous TypeScript knowledge is required. You'll be able to follow along even if you haven't used it before. We will use ESLint, Tailwind CSS, no source directory, yes to app router, no need to customize. We just pressed enter to everything, and now our Next.js application will get installed. So pause this video and I'll be right back. And soon after, we got a success. So let's immediately run our application by running the npm run dev command, which will spin our application up on localhost 3000. Hold controller command and just click it. Just like that, our Next.js template is here. Now we can explore the file and folder structure that was generated for us and do some initial setup. Right within our app folder, we can see our favicon and globals.css. We'll use another favicon for our application, so we can just delete this one. And when it comes to this global.css, you'll notice that it contains a lot of stuff which we don't necessarily need. But we will need some style overrides and some default utility classes to make the styling of our application easier. There won't be almost anything that I will provide to you in this video, besides these styles. So if you go into the description down below and then head over to the README of this project, you'll be able to find a modified globals.css file, which you can copy and paste right here. You'll be able to notice that we do some overrides, such as setting the margins and paddings to 0 on all elements, changing the background color, and then creating some utility classes that will help us to style our elements. For example, many times we'll use this input-class. And this single class replaces all of these other classes which we might want to add. This makes it much easier to style our elements and not clutter the JSX. Of course, I'll explain this once we start using it. Now, another aspect of the styling is tailwind.config.js, where you can see that we have our theme, where right now it's just extended by some background image. But soon enough, we'll extend it much further so we can reuse the primary and secondary color of our applications with saying something like black 1, instead of having to retype the hexadecimal value every single time. But before we do that, let's set up our component library. That's ShatCN. So simply head over to ui.shatcn.com and click Get Started. Head over to Installation and choose Next.js. We have already created our Next.js project, so the only thing we have to do is run the ShatCN UI CLI. So let's copy it, create a new terminal right here, and just paste it. It will ask us a couple of questions. We want to use a default style with a slate color, and we would like to use CSS variables. The reason why I have done this right now is because it modified the Tailwind config automatically, so you can see that it added some colors of its own. which is great because it helps us style our applications more easily. But now we want to make some of our own custom modifications. And we can do that by going to our Figma design, moving from thumbnail to design right here, and then choosing some of our colors. Like if I choose this dashboard, at the bottom, I can see this color that I can copy. So let me press copy. And back here, I can do something like colors, black, and then I can open up an object and say 1 will be equal to this color that I copied, just the hexadecimal value. And that way, you can have different variants of the black color. For example, this can be 1. And if we go back to something like this one right here for the input, you can see it's a different shade of black. Close this right here and dive a bit deeper into it. So sometimes you have to click many times to get into the element so you get the actual color on the right side. We can copy it and we can say 2, and this will also be a different color. So this is how you would typically set up your design system for your application. Just so I can speed this process up for you, I'll provide you with the finished tailwindconfig.ts file in the readme of this video. So copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice that it uses a lot of predefined styles that were already created for us by ShadCN, and the only thing we're doing differently here is we're defining a couple of shades of white, black, orange, and gray. That's it. Now let's go back to our app and let's go to the page.tsx. We can clear everything that is right here and just run RAFCE, React Arrow Function Export Component, and press enter, and call it something like home. If this didn't work for you, that must mean that you don't have the ES7 Plus React Redux React Native Snippets extension installed. So just install it, reload your Visual Studio Code, run RAFCE, and you'll be able to use this shortcut command. And now, if we go back to localhost 3000, you should be able to see a dark text that says home. Let's style it a bit by giving this div a class name equal to margin top of 9. And by the way, see how these class names automatically get added to the right side. And if you hover over them, you'll get the exact CSS properties that are getting applied based off of these Tailwind CSS class names. This works because I have a Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension installed. So if you don't have it already, just install it and it'll work. We can also give it a flex and flex-call so the elements appear one below another, and a gap of 9 to create some space. Within this div, we can also create a section that will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 5. And finally, within this section, we can also create an H1 that will say something like trending podcasts, as this will be our homepage, and we can give it a class name equal to text-20, font-bold, and text-white-1. See how it automatically fills it up right here and shows us exactly which color this is. And as soon as you do that, you can see trending podcasts right here. I promised I'll quickly teach you how to use a ShadCN component. So let's use one by going to shadcn.com, and let's search documentation by pressing Command or Control K, and let's use a simple button. That should do. What's pretty cool in ShadCN is that it doesn't install all the components by default automatically. Rather, you have to add one by one, but only add the ones that you use. So let's copy this installation command. That will be npx ShadCN UI latest add button. And what it will do is it will create a new folder within the components folder called UI, where you'll immediately get the code for this button. Now, don't worry, you don't have to mess with this code if you don't want to. They just provide you with it in case you want to change something. And now we can just import the button and use it. So let me do just that. I'll copy the usage, add it right here below the H1, and double click it and press Control Space to import it from Components UI button. And in this case, we can even remove the variant. I don't think we'll need it. Right now, it seems like the button is here, but it's very dark. We cannot really see it. In this case, I think we can even remove the variant. I don't think we'll need it, but we can give it a class name of something like text-white-1 and bg-orange-1, which is our primary color. So if we save it, you can see that now this is a very long button as we're not containing it within a container with a fixed width, but that's okay for now. We have just used our Tailwind CSS class names as well as a chat.cn component. What I would like to do next is teach you how to set up the base file and folder structure. And what that means in Next.js is it also means we'll set up our routing, because Next.js uses a file-based routing system. The way that works is you simply create a folder within the app, call it a page.js, and that will be our root route. And in case you want to add another route, you simply create a folder with the name of that route, and then you create another page.js within that folder. Now, in our case, we'll use an advanced concept also known as route groups, which allow you to organize routes into more groups and enable nested layouts, which is what we'll use. And the convention to create a route group is to wrap a folder's name in parentheses. This way, you can organize your file and folder structure, but not include it in the routing URL. For example, this is not app marketing about page. Rather, it's disregarding the marketing and just making it /about, because this is a route group and therefore is disregarded from the routing. So in our case, we'll create two different route groups, one for auth and one for root. Root will be our homepage and all of the other routes, and auth will be for authentication. But why are we doing two and not more? Well, take a look at our design. You'll notice that auth pages, sign up and sign in, are the only pages that don't have the left and the right sidebar. This one and this one right here. Every other page has it, which means that it will be the part of the same layout. So if we go to our root, let's create a layout.tsx file. That will allow us to create the structure of all of the pages within that route. So to get started with it, let's just copy and replicate the main layout.tsx that we have here, paste it, and we can modify it. In this case, we don't have to import the globals and the font because we're already doing that in the main one. The only thing we have to do is export default root layout and return a div that will render a main that will then render a left sidebar, the main content, and then the right sidebar. So we're creating this structure here. And don't forget, the main content will actually be the contents of each and every page we're on, and that is provided to us within the children part. Also, let's make these visible by turning them into a p tag just for now. Of course, these will be separate components later on, but just so we can see them, let's create a p tag with a class name of text-white-1. And now we can move our main page, which is the home page, to the root layout because it's a part of those root pages that have the left and right sidebar. If you come back to localhost 3000, you'll notice the left sidebar, trending podcasts coming from our homepage, and then the right sidebar. Now we can create a layout.tsx file for the auth. We can do it by duplicating this existing one and pasting it here, but this one won't need this outside div, so we can just have the main, and it also won't need any left sidebar nor right sidebar. It will only render the auth. We'll implement those pages later on. For now, let's focus on other routes within our root page. Those will be a profile page. So let's create a profile and then create a new page.tsx within the profile and run RAFCE and call it profile. We'll also have a few more, such as a podcast details page, which we can call podcast. And this is an interesting one. We won't just have one single podcast on our entire application so that we would have something like page.tsx here. No, that will not be the case. Our podcast will be dynamic. So let me show you how we can create dynamic routes within your application. It's also right here within the documentation. You create dynamic routes by wrapping a folder's name in square brackets, like this. Then you can access the ID or the slug, which is a unique identifier of that specific resource. In this case, we'll be working with podcast IDs. So let's just copy this example right here and create a new folder called square bracket podcast ID and close that square bracket. And then only within it, create a new page.tsx. And we can paste what we copied. Or rather, let's just start from scratch and create a new RAFCE so I can explain it properly. Rename it to something like podcast details. And now we can destructure the params from this page. Specifically, that will be of a type. So we're defining a TypeScript type here, params, which contains a podcast ID, because that's how we named our file, which is of a type string. So now in the podcast details, we can also turn this into a p tag, give it a class name equal to text-white-1 so we can see it, and say podcast details for, and then we can dynamically render the podcast ID. I'll show you how that works very soon, or rather params.podcast ID. So now we have created two routes. We have the homepage, we have a / profile, which we can go right here. And you can notice the profile is just a dark text that says profile between the left and the right sidebar. But what happens with podcast details or just podcast? If we go to just / podcast, it's a 404. Because as I've told you, there's no one single podcast. Rather, we can do / podcast / and then a specific unique identifier. And then you get podcast details for, this variable gets populated, and based off of that ID, we'll be able to extract all the data for that podcast to then be able to show it on a page which looks something like this. That is a dynamic route. We need just two more in the root, so I'll create a discover folder with a page.tsx within it, where I will run RAFCE and call it discover. And the last one we'll need is the create-podcast one. So this will be our create form, where we can just call it a page.tsx, run RAFCE, and say create podcast. And with this, believe it or not, we now have all of the necessary routes for our application. We don't need to use any kind of React router thing or anything. It just works by default because of Next.js's file-based routing. But now, how can we actually switch between those routes within our application? Well, let me show you. I'll close all of my files, go to my app, root, and then the layout of this root. And we want to start implementing the left sidebar. Why the left sidebar, you might ask? Well, that's because on the left sidebar, we'll create this nice looking layout, which will allow us to switch between all of the routes we've just created. So let's create a new component in the components folder called left sidebar.tsx, where you can run RAFCE, and we can turn this into a section. And within the section, we can have a nav because we'll use this section as a navigation component. Now, going back to the layout, instead of just a p tag saying left sidebar, we can actually import a real left sidebar component coming from components left sidebar. Once we do, we can start creating it. The section will have a class name equal to left_sidebar. And if you're wondering where this class name is coming from, you can see it's not getting populated on hover. So if you're ever wondering what it is, you can just go to search, paste it, and you'll be able to find it within the globals.css, where you can see all of the class names we're applying, such as a sticky positioning, background color, text color, and even some media responsiveness properties. Our nav will have a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a gap of 6. And within it, we can render our first link component. Link coming from next/link. Every link needs to have an href property. This one will point to homepage, so just /, and within it, we can render a Next.js image component, which is a self-closing component, which we can import from next/image. And it will need a source, meaning which image will we display here. For that, we'll of course need access to our assets. And just looking at the design, you can see there is plenty of assets right here. What you could do for practice, if you want to, is just see which icon you might need, go to it, select it, and then go into it even more. And once you find the actual icon, which is this one right here, you can go to export, logo, and then export it in any format you want. And you would need to do that for every single icon that you can see right here. Same thing for images and basically any asset that you can see here. Thankfully, to improve your learning experience and to make you learn how to code instead of how to copy images, I have prepared all of the assets for you. So go to the File Explorer, check out public, and just delete it. Because in the README of this project, you can find the full assets available in a zipped folder. Simply download it. It might say that it might contain some viruses. That's just Google Drive being very careful. Trust me, there's no viruses. So download it, unzip it, and then simply drag and drop it into the root folder and say copy. Then you'll get the public folder with all of the icons and images. That now allows us to add a /icons /logo.svg path to this image with an alt tag of logo, a width of about 23 pixels, and a height of about 27 pixels. And if we go back, you should be able to see this logo on top left. Also, I don't like this empty internet thing and the create next app title. So while we're here, let's go back to the layout, not this one, but the primary layout, and let's customize our application's metadata. We'll give it a real title, such as podcaster, and a description. So something like generate your podcasts using AI. And we can also give it icons of icon /icons /logo.svg, because now we have the assets. So if we do that, you can now see podcaster, title, and favicon. Great. Let's continue working on the left sidebar. Below the image, we can also create an H1 that will say podcaster, and we can style it a bit by giving it a class name of text-24, font-extra bold, text-white, and on max LG devices, it will be hidden. So this will ensure that we only show it when we do actually have space to show the title, else we show just the image. And we also need to style the link tag itself by giving it a class name equal to flex, so that they appear one next to another, cursor dash pointer to make it seem clickable, items dash center, gap of 1, padding bottom of 10, and on max LG devices, justify of center. Going back, this looks much better. Now we can display all the links within our sidebar. So actually, I'm gonna put this just here so we can see both at the same time. And below this link, I wanna map over an array of all of our links. So that will be something like an object containing a route, which will be something like /profile. Also containing a label, which will be something like profile, like this. Also, this object will contain an image URL for this specific image, so maybe some kind of icons. In this case, maybe /icons /microphone.svg. And we can also create a second object by duplicating this one right here. There we go. Make sure to add a comma. This one will be something like home, label of home, and icons of home.svg. And now we can call a .map method. And for each item within the sidebar links, we can open up a new function block and return a link component that will render something like label with an href pointing to route. Okay, so we have now created a dynamic array of different routes. Of course, we have to destructure the route and the label from the item. And now you can see profile and home looking okay. But this is getting very messy very quickly. You never want to have some data within your JSX. Typically, you want to keep JSX for presentation and you want to keep the data separate. For that reason, we can create a new constants folder. Right here in the root of our directory, create a new folder called constants and create a new file called index.ts right within it. Then you would copy what you have here and say export const sidebar links is equal to the array that we just created. Then back in left sidebar, you can simply say sidebar links imported from constants. And now this makes much more sense, doesn't it? Same functionality, but now this is extracted in another file. And you can easily change it if you want to. Now that you know how to extract these additional pieces of information into the constants file, in the README of this project, you can find the full constants index.ts file. So copy it and paste it here. You'll notice that it contains the same exact thing that we just created, the sidebar links. It contains voice details of our AI models and also some podcast data that we can use at the start while we don't yet have the CRUD functionalities implemented. Let's also give this link a key equal to label, because labels are unique, and we can give it a class name equal to flex gap of 3. But what are we creating gaps between? Right now we just have the label. So maybe before we add additional class names, let's also add an image right here instead of the label. So we can create a self-closing image property with a source equal to img URL, which we have to destructure from here, img URL. Make sure that URL is all uppercased. We can also give it an alt tag equal to label, a width of about 24, and a height of 24 as well. Immediately on the left side, you can see how we get the icons. And right below it, we can have a p tag that will simply render the label. Okay, that's good. Now let's continue with the class names of our link by giving it the items-center, padding y of 4 to create some vertical padding. On max LG devices, padding x of 4, justify-center, and on large devices, justify start. Okay, so only on mobile do we want to center it. Now, some of these will have to seem like they're selected. Let me show you on the final design. If we go here, you can see that if the create podcast is active, it should have a bit of a different background and also this nice looking indicator that it's selected. So how can we figure out which one is currently active? Well, right here, we can create a new const is active property and make it equal to, now we'll have to use some Next.js functionalities to figure out on which path are we currently on. So scrolling up, we can say const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. We'll also need to use the router. So we can say const router is equal to use router, also coming from next navigation. Don't mistakenly import it from next router. You want to get it from next navigation. Great. So now we can use that path name by checking it across all of our links by saying if path name is triple equal to route, or if path name dot starts with template string route and then /. If that is the case, then we should trigger the active class. But now how can you apply some classes only if a condition is true? Well, for that, Tailwind CSS provides a CN, short for class name utility, where you wrap the class names with a cn function, make sure to import it from libutils like this, and make sure to properly close it, of course. And then you can pass all of the class names we have right now. Oh, and I just noticed the application actually broke because we have imported usePathName, which is a hook, and hooks don't work in server components. So I guess this is a good lesson to start discussing the client versus server components. Right here, we'll have to add the useClient directive to turn this component into a client-rendered component, because by default, all components that don't have it are server-side rendered. Next.js has a pretty good guide on server and client environments. You can just Google for it and find it very quickly. But in a nutshell, it says that in the context of web applications, there is client and server separated by a network boundary. Client refers to the browser on a user's device, and the server refers to the computer in a data center that stores your application's code. So you can choose which one of these components will be client and which will be server-side rendered. A good rule of thumb is that whenever you need some kind of client-side interactivity, such as button clicks, use states, use effects, any kind of hooks, you make it a useClient component. When you don't need it, you leave it server-side as it is, as it will load faster. So basically, until you're not getting any errors, leave it as it is, and if you do end up using some hooks, then you can turn it to a useClient component. Great. Moving back, we are now applying all of the default classes to each one of our links. But how can we apply special classes only if the isActive property is true? Well, we can do that by giving a second parameter to this cn function, which will be an object, where we can choose which classes we want to add if the isActive is true. So that is how it works. So if we add something like bgnav focus and border dash right of 4 and border dash orange of 1 and save it, you can see that none are focused right now because we're on a podcast page. But if I move over to home, it is active, discover, and create. This works wonderfully. And that's more or less all that I wanted to do for now. As you can see, since we have already created the files and folders, and since Next.js uses file-based routing, as we have learned so far, we can actually navigate between different routes. And you can see the contents change right here, the URL changes, and the active currently selected link changes as well. And if you want to learn how Next.js truly works behind the scenes, use it as some of the biggest companies use it, get phenomenal results, not like this, but like this, and go through everything from the project setup, code architecture, routing, layouts and group routes, different types of data fetching, server-side rendering, and more, I would highly recommend checking out our Ultimate Next.js course. The link is in the description. But with that said, let's proceed with the project at hand. Even though we can route, I don't want the main content to appear here, below the sidebar. That's a bit weird. I want it to appear right here in the middle. So, to do that, let's go back to our main layout. Let's give this main div a class name equal to relative, flex, and flex-call. Let's also give this main a class name of relative, a flex, and a bg of black 3. This is a special background color which we'll use. And just by providing it a flex property, you can notice that now the content moves away to the middle part. But let's also further style this children by creating a new section below the left sidebar, a div within it, yet another div within it that will have a Next.js image tag coming from next image. Below that image, a text that says mobile nav, because we also need a mobile nav too. And then below this div that's below this mobile nav, create another div that will render the toaster. And if you don't know what a toaster is, it's basically those little notification pop-ups that appear once you do specific actions. And only within that do we want to display our children. So we're creating the base structure of how our content will look like. And then outside of this section, we want to close it with a right sidebar. So I guess while we're working on it, let's immediately create a new component for the right sidebar by going to components and creating a new right sidebar.tsx component where we can run RAFCE, and we can simply import it right here, right sidebar, and make sure to import it right here. We are back in action with the main content being here and the right sidebar kind of being hidden at the right side. So now let's style this section right here below the left sidebar by giving it a class name equal to. First of all, let me show you where it is so you know what we're styling. And this is another pro tip if you don't know where you are right now. You can always give it a border -2 and a border red 500, for example. And then you can see the exact rectangle that we're styling right now. So it is this one right here. And let's also give it a flex min-h-screen. And you can see how useful this is. You immediately know what the class name does. It gives it a minimum height of the full screen. Let's also give it a flex-1. As you can see, this expanded it all the way till the right sidebar. Flex-call, so the elements appear one below another. A padding of 4, this moved the text a bit. And on small devices, a padding of 14. Now, let's also style within this inner div by giving it a class name equal to mx of auto. And this will move the content to the middle. Flex, w-full, max-w-5xl. So this will give it a full width. Flex-call. And on max small devices, padding x of 4. Finally, we can render this div that wraps our image. So that will be a class name equal to flex h-16 items-center justify-between, and on medium devices, hidden. Now this image will have a source equal to /icons/logo.svg with a width of 30, height of 30, and it will say alt of menu icon. Now, if we collapse our screen, you can see it right here. This will be an opener of our mobile navigation. And while we're here, we can also turn this into a real component by going to components and creating a new mobile nav.tsx where we can run RAFCE and then just turn this into an actual mobile nav component, which we're importing from components. Right below, we can also give this a div of a class name of flex, flex-call, and on medium devices, padding bottom of 14. And here we want to display a toaster component. This will come from chat-cn. We can implement it later on. So now this looks a bit better, right? We have the main part of the screen where we can see different pages. While we're here, let's also make the right sidebar look at least okay. So let's go into the right sidebar, turn it into a section, and give it a class name equal to right_sidebar. And already you can see that it took a bit more space. Later on, within the right sidebar, we will display fans also like, top podcasters, as well as the profile photo and the name of the currently logged in user. For now, we can just give it a text-white-1. So that way we can see right sidebar right here. Going back to the layout, we can remove this border as it doesn't look that good now at the end. And we can modify what our actual pages say. So the home can say trending podcasts, but let's copy this H1 and let's also move it over to discover, which within this div will say H1 with a text of discover. And also we can do the same thing for the create podcast. We have a div, we have an H1, and it will say create podcast. Now, if we close all of these pages, open up the browser and start switching between those, as you can see, this is pretty good. We have a base layout structured right here for us. The left sidebar that has the routing functionalities, the right sidebar, which is just waiting for additional content, and then the main part of the screen, which shows whatever we want to show. So let's immediately make it show something. Let's make it render those demo podcasts that we have stored under constants. So let's go over to our app, root, and then the page, which is the home page. Right here, we can map over our podcast data coming from add/constants by saying podcast data.map, where we get each individual podcast, and for each one, we can automatically return a new component called podcast card. So before we create it, of course, this will break the application, but let's look into the podcast data. You can see that it is just an array with some objects that contain IDs, titles, descriptions, and then the thumbnail URLs of those podcasts. So let's create a new component in the components folder called podcast card.tsx, where you can run RAFCE. And now we can import this podcast card from there, and we can pass it some additional information, such as a key equal to podcast._ID, or in this case, just the ID. We can also pass it an image URL by saying img URL is equal to podcast.image URL, or let's see how it is spelled right here. It is just img URL. And we might as well destructure those properties at the top so we don't have to repeat podcast every time. So if we go here, that's going to be ID, title, description, and image URL. So we can destructure them right here and put them in one line so it's easier to see. There we go, ID, title, description, image URL, and now we can just destructure them like this. We also need a title equal to title, and we might as well add a description equal to description. And finally, a podcast ID equal to ID. Now you can see our TypeScript is complaining right here. That's because our podcast card is not expecting any properties as of yet, but now we can make it expect some. So we will destructure all of these properties, such as the image URL, the title, description, as well as a podcast ID. And we will say that is of a type. We can define it. Basically, the image URL is of a type that's going to be string, like this. We can also define a title of a type string. Description will be a string as well. And then a podcast ID is also a string. But now we don't want to declare all of these props every single time and their types. So what we will do in the future is we will just refer to already created TypeScript interfaces, which I'll provide to you a bit later on. But for now, I just want to teach you how you would manually define of which types those props are. So now that we're accepting all of those props, I believe it should no longer be complaining. Oh, the ID, is it a number? Let's see. Yeah, it is a number. So you can see how now immediately it's letting us know, hey, type number is not assignable to type string. So let's define that podcast ID indeed is a number. And now we can start creating our podcast card. We're creating this thing right here, a thumbnail, title, and description. So let's give this div a class name equal to cursor-pointer to make it seem like it's clickable. A figure, this is typically an HTML5 semantic tag that we use for cards, with a class name of flex-call, and a gap of 2. Immediately on top, we can display an image. This is a next image tag with a source equal to image URL, a width of 174, a height of 174, an alt tag of, let's pass it the podcast title right here. So we can say title, and we can also save it. And you'll notice that it's complaining as the host name is not configured under images next config. This means that we have to go to our next.config.mjs, and we need to add this host name right here to make sure that we say, hey, it's safe, we can actually display these images. The way you do that is you expand the next config, say images, then say remote patterns, and finally an object with a protocol of HTTPS, which is within a string, and then a host name, which you can paste this what you copied. This URL is just for the demo images that I have already hosted for you. Later on, we'll add our own hosting provider. If you save that and reload, you should be able to see the images of these demo podcasts. Below the image, let's also display a title. It will be within a div, and we can say h1 and render the title. And below the h1, we can have an h2 where we can render a description. Now, if we just do it like this, it won't look good as it will be hidden. So we have to give an h1 a class name of text-16, truncate. We do that in case it goes outside of the regular width of the card, font-bold, and text-white-1. That's better. Let's also do it for h2 by giving it a class name of text12, so a bit smaller, truncate, font-normal, capitalize, and text-white-4. And now you can see the description as well. Let's also give this div a class name equal to flex and flex-call. Great. And believe it or not, this is it. This is our podcast card. Now let's go back to our page and let's wrap all of these podcast data within a div that has a class name equal to podcast_grid. And if you search for this class name, you can see that it applies a grid where it has one column and a gap of 5. Then it starts increasing as the width of the screen increases to 2 columns, 3 columns, and then even 4 columns on larger devices. And now we can put the podcast data right within this div. If we save it, we get a view that looks like this. Let's also further style our image because it looks like the text goes outside of it, which doesn't look good. So let's give it a class name equal to aspect-square. This is for the aspect ratio. H-fit, so it fits the height, and W-full, so it fits the width of the card. Rounded-XL, so it has a bit of an easier corners on the eyes. And on 2XL devices, size will be 200 pixels, so we don't make it go too wide. And we can close our podcast card and check this out. Comparing the final design to this, it seems like we're almost done. So that's it for this video. Thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day. I'm just joking. We are only getting started. I just wanted to create the base file and folder structure and the layout and the UI UX of the cards just so you get the idea of where we're taking this app. But we're only warming up. All of this is just empty pages and fake content. What we'll do next will make all the difference. We'll start adding functionality. We'll implement CRUD functionalities so we can create real podcasts that we can then check out or discover new ones through search and filtering on the Discover page. And of course, before we can create podcasts, we'll also implement authentication so we can tie those podcasts with specific users that created them. So with that said, let's go ahead and set up Convex, which will allow us to start adding real functionalities to our Saas application. So let's follow along the steps outlined in Convex's Next.js Quick Start. We can scroll down and skip the step 1 as we have already initialized our Next.js application, and we can install the Convex client and server library. So let's just copy the command, go back to our code, open up the second terminal, and just run npm install convex. After that, we can run npx convex dev, which will prompt us to log in with GitHub, create a project, and save our production and deployment URLs. So after it is installed, just run npx convex dev, and it will ask us a couple of questions. I will expand my Visual Studio Code so we get a bit more space. Device name, sure, Adrian's MacBook is fine. Next, we need to log in, so let's press Y. And we get this device confirmation. So let's confirm. That's good. Waiting for the confirmation. And we would like to configure an existing project. If you already have created one before while following my lead, this will be JSM Podcaster in my case. So let's press Y. And it will automatically create a dev deployment and update your .envs.local. So if you check this out in the .env.local, we have the convex deployment as well as the next public convex URL. Let's see what's the next step right here. It says here to create sample data for our database. In a new terminal window, create a sample data.jsonl file. So let's do just that. Let's copy this sample data JSON-L. Back in our code, we can create it in the root of our directory called sample data JSON-L. And we can add this text within it by simply pasting it. Next, we can run this command by pasting it in a third terminal. And you can see it's going to import that data and create a table for us. Added 3 document to table tasks. That's good. So now let's expose a database query by adding a new tasks.ts file in the convex folder with a query function that loads the data. Exporting a query function from this file declares an API function named after the file and the export name api.tasks.get. Okay, for now, we're just following the steps, and it might seem like a lot of copy pasting in the setup, but trust me, once you get into it, it will all start making so much more sense. I found Convex to be very intuitive. Okay, so let's copy this and let's create a new tasks.ts. We can go into Convex and create a new tasks.ts and paste this right here. And then we need to create a client component for the Convex provider, add a new file, Convex client provider in the app folder, include the use client as it uses some client-side functionalities, and wrap your entire application with the Convex provider. This way, we'll be able to consume the data that Convex gives us. So let's copy this Convex client provider, and we're not going to add it directly to app. Rather, we can create a new folder, just so it makes a bit more sense, called providers. And within provider, we can create a new convex provider.tsx and paste what we copied. Next, they want us to use it. So in app layout tsx, wrap the children of the body element with the convex client provider. So let's copy it. Or no, this is the whole layout. We don't want to copy that as we already have it. The only thing we need to do is wrap the children with the provider we just created. So going back here, going to our main layout, we can wrap the children right here with the convex client provider. And let's also make sure to properly close it. Convex client provider, and of course, import it from /providers. Next, we can display the data in our application. So in app page tsx, that's our homepage, we can use the use query hook to fetch our API tasks get API function. In this case, let's copy everything and going to our page.tsx in the root, right above our main homepage, we can paste everything and we can delete what we don't need. So first of all, we'll add the use client at the top. We will also keep this use query import and this API. We already have the default home function created, so we only need to move the tasks right below into it, and then we need to map over the tasks, just so we can see that it is actually coming from Convex. So let me copy this main thing and put that right here above where we map over the podcasts. There we go. We can change it to a regular div, and I will also give it a text-white-1 just so we can see it. Next, it says to just run npm run dev. Before we do that though, there appears to be an error here. that says that it cannot find a module convex generated API. So if we do go to convex, which was generated for us, and then under generated, there does appear to be an API here. So we have to figure out why it's not pulling it properly. I think that is just the wrong path. It's not // it's going to be @/. So from the home page, we get to the convex, and that gives us the right access to that. Great. So now we should be getting our tasks from the query from convex. And you might be wondering, what are these tasks even? We're working with podcasts. Well, this is just demo data that we want to display to make sure that the setup works. So if we go here, you can see above our podcasts, we have buy groceries, go for a swim, and integrate convex, which is exactly what we want to do. And that means that we're successfully fetching data from convex. And that means that the setup has been complete. At least this quick start part right here. But now we have to actually start understanding how convex works and why we might want to use it in the first place. A very quick overview of what we're doing with it right now is that we have created a single file, tasks.ts, within the convex folder that has some arguments and creates a get query to fetch those tasks. Okay, that's the only thing we have done. As soon as we have done that, we are now allowed to fetch them directly within our application by creating a very simple api.tasks.get function, which we pass to the use query. And immediately we get over the tasks from the database. And if we check out Convex on our browser, you can see that indeed we have a couple of tasks right here. We have went for a swim and bought groceries, but now is the time to integrate Convex. Okay, and this has been just a fake database, but now we can create a real one to which we can add podcasts. But first, we have to create a schema for how those podcasts look like. So going back to Visual Studio Code, let's create a new schema.ts file within Convex. And here we can say export default, define schema, and we can define a schema for podcasts like this, which will be equal to define table coming from Convex server, and define schema is also coming from Convex server. And immediately we can start defining the properties that each one of our podcasts will have. So let's do that now. Defining schemas in Convex looks something like this. A schema is a description of the tables in your Convex project or the type of documents within your tables. It is possible to use Convex without defining a schema, but adding a schema.ts file will ensure that the documents in your tables are the correct type. And if you're using TypeScript, this will add end-to-end type safety throughout our entire application. Great. So here we can see an example of how we can write schemas. We have some messages and we define them by getting the v from convex values. And then based off of that, we form specific types that we want to use. You can see that v is their validator builder. And here we can see some validators, such as a string, number, boolean, nested object, and so on, even with the optional fields, unions, literals, any's, and much more. I'll teach you how to use those. But just so you know, everything is right here within the documentation for their validators. Moving back here, let's define what each one of our podcasts should have. It should have an audio storage ID, and this will be of a type ID. So we can say v.id, and then we can say underscore storage. This will give this ID a name, but of course we have to import v from convex values, and now you can see exactly that you're passing the table name right here. But the thing with this ID is that sometimes it can be null if we haven't yet added it. So we can say that the audio podcast storage ID is a v.union, so v.union of either v.id or of v.null at the start. Okay, so this is how you can also define it. And going back, we can quickly check what a union is. Unions describe fields that could be of one of multiple types, such as a string or a number. And we can also use the optional in case it doesn't yet exist. So I believe defining this as v.id and then defining it as optional as well, so dot optional, would work as well. Oh, but we don't call it like that. Rather, we say v.optional and then wrap it. So if we go here, that would be v.optional. And then we wrap this thing right here. Yeah, I think this could work as well. So let's leave it like that for now. Next, we have another ID, and that is the ID of the user that created it. So v.id, and it will be pointing to the user's table, okay? So that must mean that we need to define another table as well. So let's duplicate this below, and let's define a table called users. And a users table will be a bit simpler. Email will be of a type v.string. Next, we also have an image URL, which will be of a type of v.string. Next, we have a clerk ID attached to that specific user, and this will also be of a type v.string. And finally, we have a username of a type v.string. Great. Now we can continue working off of the podcasts. Now that we have connected it to the users, we can also have a podcast title, which I think you can guess is a v.string. We can have a podcast description, v.string. We can have an audio URL, which will also be optional. So what we can do is say either the v.union, string or null, or I do believe that the optional would work. So we can say v.optional, and then we can wrap it in a v.string like this. That's for the audio URL. We can go down and we can have the image URL. So it will be the same thing right here, image URL. Next, we need the image storage ID. Similar to what we have with the audio storage ID, we need the image storage ID. So we can add it right here, and it will also belong to storage. We can have the author of that podcast. So that can either be the same as the user that created it, but maybe there are multiple authors, so we can make that as a separate string. And also we can have the author ID, which will also be of a type v.string, and an author image URL, which will also be of a type v.string. This way, we don't necessarily have to make relations between users and podcasts. Rather, we can automatically access all the information about a user directly from a specific podcast. We're going to also have a voice prompt, which will be of a type string. So here we can choose what the AI will be saying, and we can also have an image prompt, and this will be to generate our AI thumbnail. We can also have a voice type, as we'll be able to choose from multiple types, and also the audio duration, just so we can nicely showcase it, of a type of v.number, and also the total number of views that we have on that specific podcast. This was a lengthy one, I know, but now we have everything we need to create podcasts. Also, what Convex allows us to do is to do a .search index. And here we can define if we want to search our podcast table by a specific field. And that way, Convex will automatically expose that search term for us so we can easily query it. In this case, we want to be able to search by search_author, and we can provide the search field equal to author. You'll see how this will come in very handy very soon. We can also search by a couple of other things, such as search_title, and maybe even search_body, which stands for description. So here we can search by a podcast title, and here we can search by a podcast description. Great. And now we can add a comma at the end, and we have just added that to our podcasts. We have podcasts, we have users. That's good for now. We can easily add more later on in case we need to. Now that we have the schema, we need to first start with adding our users, or at least adding the functionality to be able to authenticate users. We cannot start with podcasts first because we need to attach each podcast to a user. And you can see how if I hover over the podcasts, it very nicely tells me all of the types of each one of the props that it has. All of this was generated automatically by Convex. Okay, so let's continue with authentication. Still within the Convex folder, create a new file called users.ts. And here we'll create CRUD operations for the users using mutations and query constructors. So we can export all the functions which we'll need, similar to what we do with Next.js's server actions. We can start with something like export const create user is equal to internal mutation coming from /_ server. And we call this as a function. To it, we can pass an object that will have args, which we pass into the function, and it will also have a handler function, which will look something like this. Handler is an async function that accepts a CTX and additional arguments passed into that function. And then we can create a function block. Now, what is this args and CTX? Well, the way that this works is you create a new mutation and you get access to the args. And args is an object defining the names and values of the function's arguments. And then a handler is an async function accepting two arguments, a context object called CTX, and arguments objects matching the signature defined in args, from which you can destructure individual arguments. That looks something like this, exactly like what we have created right now. So going back to the code, we have to ask ourselves, what information do we need to create a user? Well, we'll need its Clerk ID, because we'll authenticate our users using Clerk ID. So this can be of a type v coming from convex values .string. We'll also need its email of a type v.string. We'll need its image URL of a type v.string, and we'll also need a name of a type v.string. How convenient, all of this was populated for me by GitHub Copilot. Now, as we have read in the docs, within those arguments in the handler function, and you can see that immediately right here, it will read it and know exactly which properties are we getting. And what about our context? As you can see, our context knows about our users, how do they look like, and about all the search indexes we have created, as well as podcasts. In this case, we want to access await ctx.db dot insert. So we want to insert something into the DB, and first parameter is which table we want to insert it to, and it will be the users table. And then the second parameter is an object containing the values, and we already know which values. Clerk ID coming from args clerk ID, email coming from args.email, image URL coming from args.image URL, and name coming from args.name. And we have just created a function that allows us to create a Convex database user. That is great. It means we're one step closer to having our users fully authenticated to the platform. The next thing we have to do to connect Clerk's authentication to creating a real user in the database is to create a new file called http.ts. This is a file where we can define a webhook call. And we typically use webhooks for receiving data from external applications, such as Clerk in this case. It allows our app to communicate with Clerk and then call this function. So that will look something like this. Create a Clerk user, Clerk sends info about the user, and then we call our own users.create user function, and we have it in a database. That's what we want to do. And we can read more about how those HTTP actions work on the HTTP documentation page. But basically, you can build an HTTP API right in Convex. It's important where those actions are exposed. They're just at your URL. And here they teach us how we can create an HTTP action. It's similar to Next.js. You just import it, export it, and return a new response. Very simple stuff. Here they give you a more complex example with some post message. But what we want to do is get started from a template. As Clerk works very well with other Saas dev tools, they have created templates to speed up our workflow. So let's search for Clerk, Convex and Clerk, and we can read about how to get started. So first things first, we of course have to create an account on Clerk. To get started with Clerk, go to a special Clerk URL linked in the description, which will allow you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing in this video. Next, get started, create your account, and you can create your new application. As you can see, I'm using Clerk for quite a few applications now. Let's click Create, and let's give our application a name. Use JSM underscore, and then choose whatever name you want. In this case, I'll go with Podcaster. You can choose different sign-in options. In this case, I'll use email. Let's also do Google and GitHub. This is looking great. And click Create Application. Immediately, we are redirected to a Clerk starter, but in this case, we actually want to proceed with Convex's docs and setting up Clerk as we're using their integration. So first things first, sign up, create an application, and then in the JWT template section, on the Clerk dashboard, choose a new template and choose Convex. Then copy the issuer URL and hit Apply Changes. Do not rename the JWT token. It must be called Convex. Okay, let's do just that. We can go here, JWT templates, create a new template, and we choose Convex. We're gonna keep the name as Convex and leave everything as is, but they told us that we need to copy this issuer URL. So let's do that and press save. Okay, that was pretty simple. What do we have to do next? We have to create the auth config under convex auth.config.ts. And there we have to paste our issuer URL. So let's do just that by creating a new file called auth.config.ts. I'll paste my URL as a comment for now, go back and copy this complete file and paste it here. And I just have to update my domain. So I will now fix this part right here and paste it right here. You can ignore the ESLint error, but if you do want to fix it, we just need to define it. So we can say something like const auth config is equal to an object, and then at the bottom we can say export default auth config. Just a good practice to do. Next, they say that we can run npx convex dev, which will automatically sync our configuration to our backend. So going back here, I think we have Convex already running, but I'm going to stop it from running and just run the command npx convex dev. There we go, Convex function's ready. Next, we have to install Clerk. Now, we could proceed with this Clerk React library, but I would much rather prefer the official Next.js one. So we can run npm install @clerk/Next.js. Let's paste that right here and install it within a third terminal. And after that, we have to get our Clerk publishable key. We can do that directly within our Clerk dashboard by copying our environment variables. Let's save it within our .env.local right here. So now we have some convex variables, and I can add a comment so we know that. So this is going to be convex. And right below, we have Clerk. Next, they say that we have to configure Convex provider with Clerk. This will replace our Convex provider. So let's simply copy this code, close all of the currently open files, and create a second provider within app, providers, and instead of calling it Convex provider, we can rename it to Convex Clerk provider, paste what we just copied, and we'll have to make some small changes. You can see that they're using Vite for this configuration, and we're using Next.js, so we get access to environment variables in a different way. Here, we can simply say something like process.env.next_public_convex_URL. Then we don't need to import all of these React things because we are already within Next.js. Rather, we will just say use client, as we will be using a provider here. And instead of rendering this as create root, what we will do instead is we will return this as a provider, which will wrap our already existing code. So we can say const convex clerk provider is equal to where we get access to the children. And then we say children is of a type React node. And we can immediately return something like this. Let's import React node from React. And we don't need this React strict mode here, so let's simply remove it. Let's indent all of this properly. And instead of app, we can simply return children. And of course, export default convex clerk provider. And remember that publishable key which we copied? We can get access to it from our environment variables by saying process.env.next_public_clerk_publishable_key as string, which will validate our clerk provider instance. Now let's make sure that we're properly wrapping our app with this convex clerk provider by going over to our main layout, importing convex client provider. Now we can call it convex clerk provider, coming from convex clerk provider, and wrapping our entire app with it like this. Great. Do we have any more steps? It looks like now we can just use all of the built-in clerk functionalities, which is great. We can authenticate state in our convex functions as well, which is great, by calling the ctx.auth.getUserIdentity. And we can work on our login flows. This is typical Clerk setup. But we can use Convex's convex auth hook instead of Clerk's use auth when you need to check whether the user is logged in or not. It makes sure that the browser has fetched auth token needed to authenticate requests from our Convex backend, and that the Convex backend has validated it. Okay, we can look into this later on, but I think we have more than enough to get started. But I think there's one last thing that we might need, which is Clerk's middleware.ts. This selects which routes should be protected and which ones should not. So let's copy this, and let's create a new file in the root of our directory called middleware.ts, inside of which we can paste this. Recently, Clerk updated their auth middleware as it was a part of Big Friction. So now it should be much easier to protect our routes. The primary change is that now none of the routes are protected by default. Instead, you need to add the routes you would like to protect. So let's see an example. As a matter of fact, let's copy this example over here and let's paste it over here. We can do something that looks like this. Instead of checking for specific dashboard routes, we can just check for public routes by saying const is public route, and that is equal to create route matcher that matches an array of /sign-in, /sign-up, as well as /, because our homepage will be publicly available. Now that we have that, we can say if it is not a public route to which we pass our request that we're trying to make, then we can call auth.protect, and we don't need to pass any role in this case. Perfect. So now we can delete the rest of the things, and you can see how simple this is. We are protecting home, sign in, and sign up are public, while all the other routes, like for creating a podcast or something else, are private. And now that we have this, we have to get back to using the convex function we have created. This one right here under users, create user. When will it get called? Well, it will get called once Clerk reaches out to our webhook. So how will this webhook look like? I'd recommend going over to convex.dev templates and search for Clerk. Here we have a Clerk starter, and instead of replicating the entire repo, we can go to view repo, go to convex, http.ts, and here you can see how that would look like. This is just boilerplate template code, which we need to connect Clerk and Convex. So let's copy this right here by saying copy raw file and pasting it right here. Let's see if it's exactly how it should be, and I will explain as well. Clerk uses Swix to validate our webhook calls. So we just have to run npm install Swix. That will remove this warning right here. Next, I believe we won't be needing this ensure environment variable, so we can just remove this part from here. We have the handle clerk webhook, which gets called once the clerk user is created. And when they are, we can do something with that. So for now, I will comment out all of the other cases besides the user.created case, and we can figure out what happens just to make it a bit easier to understand. Here, we can run await ctx.run mutation, and we can call internal .users.create user, to which we can pass some arguments. Specifically, we want to pass a clerk ID equal to the type event.data.id. We want to pass the email equal to event.data.email_addresses 0.email_address. This is the way that Clerk gives it to us. Image URL by saying event.data.image_URL. Name event.data first_name. And we're going to add an exclamation mark here because it knows it will actually come out. Great. So now I hope you're understanding a bit of what's happening. This webhook will get called once we authenticate a user through Clerk's login screen. Once we do that, we call this function which we have created, which will insert a new user in the database, technically connecting the Clerk user to our database user. Great. This was the most important part that I wanted you to understand. All of the other functions just follow the same pattern. So, following the same principles, we can just add other methods, such as update or delete. The code for the full http.ts file will be in the README down below, so copy it and paste it here. Now that you've pasted it, you can see that we have 3 different warnings right here. One is for this name, where we know that it will be there, so we can just add an exclamation mark. And the second 2 are for additional internal user functions, which we need to create. So let's quickly head over to users.ts, and you can also copy and paste the full file from the README down below. But don't worry, we will explain every single bit of it. For now, let's simply collapse all of the functions so you get an idea of what's happening here. There we go. We have delete user, update user, create user, which we have created, get top user by podcast count, and also get user by ID. So the first function just simply finds the user from the database based on a specific ID. We're doing some very simple querying and filtering. We will recreate this function together later on. Then we have a second query used to get the top user by podcast count sorted by views, okay? This is some additional sorting and querying. And then we have 3 functions, create user, update user, and delete user, that are now getting called once specific actions are triggered on Clerk. So we can also collapse this part right here, updated, deleted, created. Now, the last thing we have to do to make this fully work is get a webhook secret coming from Clerk. And we'll also have to add it to the Convex dashboard settings. But to create a webhook secret, we need to attach to it a final deployed URL of this application, which means that we'll have to get it deployed. So let's first ensure that our application is working and not broken, as we have done so many changes in the code right now. So if I go over to localhost 3000 and reload, would you look at that? It actually works. And localhost 3000 is not a locked route. It is publicly available. But if I go to something like create podcast, it should actually bring me to Clerk's login. And of course, we'll make this look much, much better. So let's do that first before we get our application deployed. We can add a big to-do right here to update our Clerk webhook secret. And by the way, this is of a different color because I'm using a special package. I think it's called something like Better Comments. Yes, Better Comments. This one right here. You can add different things like alerts, exclamation marks, question marks, and so on, which is quite handy for these to-dos. But as I said, before we add that environment variable, let's now fix our authentication routes by finally opening up the auth folder, creating a new folder within it called sign-in, and within it, using a special syntax of double square bracket, dot dot dot, sign dash in, and then you can close it. Clerk uses the syntax, and then you can create a page.tsx within it. There, we can run rafce to spin up a simple authentication page. We can create a new div that will have a class name equal to flex-center, glass morphism dash auth, h dash screen, and w dash full, so it takes the full screen. And here we want to use a built-in sign in clerk modal, which will look something like this. We can now also copy this and create a second folder called sign up with a new special folder of dot 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 sign dash up and then close square brackets, and create a new page.tsx right within them, where we can paste this and just exchange sign in for sign up. Let's also see if we have to change the layout a bit, because I don't think we have touched it before. Yeah, we can add some additional styles, such as a class name equal to relative, h-screen, and w-full. Within it, we can render a div that will have a class name equal to absolute and size-full. And within it, we can render an image. This is going to be a Next.js image tag coming from next image with a source equal to /images /bg-img .png. This will be our background image with an alt tag of background, property of fill, and class name equal to size-full. And finally, we can render the children below that div. So now if we close all of the currently open files, go back to localhost 3000 and go to something like create podcast, and we can still see the same thing, as we haven't been redirected to the localhost 3000 /sign in. But before we fix that, let's just fix this modal and make it fit our application design a bit better. We can do that by going to Convex Clerk Provider and adding an additional property of appearance to the clerk provider. It's going to be an object where we can say layout is equal to, and now we can play with a lot of different properties, such as social buttons variant of type icon button. And of course, this has to be within an object, this layout part. So let's fix it. Also, the logo image URL will give it the logo of our own image. So that's icons and then auth-logo.svg. Alongside playing with the layout, we can also play with the variables of different colors. So we can say color background is #15171C. I found this one to work the best. Color primary, we can leave it just empty for now. Color text, we can leave as white. Color input background, we can leave to this #1B1F29 color. And color input text, we can leave as white. And this logo image URL, the image starts with an uppercase I. Great. Now let's apply those changes. And to get all of these styles to show, there's just one more tiny thing we have to do. And that is head over to our .env.local and add 2 new environment variables that will let Clerk know on which routes are our sign in and sign up pages. We can do that by saying next_public clerk sign in URL, and we can make that equal to /sign in. We can duplicate that one more time and say sign up, and here as well we can say sign up. Great. Also, we're going to quickly go back to middleware and we're going to fix this typo to say sign in, and we can make those routes catch all the routes that start with sign in. So we can add parentheses and say .*. So this will catch all of the routes that start with sign in or sign up. And I also noticed here in the auth layout, I had a bit of a typo. It should say absolute right here. Hopefully you got that right. So now if I close all the files and go back to localhost 3000 and click create podcast, it should automatically redirect us to sign in. And you can see that indeed it does. You can also manually navigate to /sign in. That works as well. And if you want to go to sign up, just click here and it opens up this deployed Clerk URL. So let's quickly fix that too. If we go to the Convex Clerk provider, here we're using the Clerk React, but we are in Next.js. So we can switch this over to add /clerk Next.js. This will let Clerk, Convex, and everybody else involved know that we're working with Next.js. So if we go back now and click sign up, you'll see that now it nicely re-navigates between the two pages. We can also go back and everything works flawlessly. I think it's even faster now. Great. So now, before we go ahead and authenticate our user, remember what I said before? We even left a small note for ourselves right here under HTTP. Here, update Clerk webhook secret. Add the webhook secret to the environment variables field in the Convex dashboard settings. So let's do just that. But of course, to add it, we have to generate it first. So to do that, you can go to your Clerk dashboard and go to webhooks. Then you can add a new endpoint. Now the question is, which endpoint will we add? And a quick look at Convex's docs on HTTP actions will let us know that our HTTP actions are exposed at our deployment name .convex.site. So in our case, that will be, we can check out our envs, sleek capybara 771, at least for me, but not Convex Cloud, rather convex.site. You'll need to copy your own public Convex URL. So copy it, paste it right here, and add a /clerk, because that is where our webhook is listening. Once you do that, make sure not to forget .convex.site. We need to end it with this and then append a /clerk at the end of it. Okay, now which events will we listen for? It will be all of the user events, and click create. Great. Now Clerk is listening for our webhook calls, and it also gave us a signing secret, this one right here. So make sure to copy it, go to .env.local, and let's see how we're calling it. We're calling it Clerk _webhook _secret. So let's add it here. Clerk _webhook _secret is equal to this one right here. But an important thing to mention here is that we will not be listening for this webhook on our own deployed site. Rather, Convex will do that for us. So we have to go to settings and then environment variables within our Convex dashboard. We can copy all of these Clerk related environment variables and paste them here. The only one we really need is Clerk webhook secret. So let's click save all. And with that, I believe our webhook is listening, our environment is connected, and we are ready to try to authenticate our first user. So let's click Google sign in, and we are logged in. You can see that we indeed are logged in because we are on /discover, which is typically a blocked route, but we can visit it, which means we're authenticated. On Clerk, we now have one user right here, which is great. But the real question is, has the webhook call succeeded? If we go here, you'll see that the user.created succeeded, which means that it should have successfully sent a message to our Convex to generate a new database user. And it did. You can see the Clerk ID, email, image URL, all of it is right within our database, which means we can now call it within our application. Mission successful. Authentication is now integrated within our application and connected with our Convex database. For now, we can remove these tasks from our homepage by going to page, root, and I will just comment out these tasks for now, but I will leave them for later so we know how we can use query hook from Convex to not get users, but rather to get podcasts. And with that in mind, let's allow ourselves to get rid of the fake demo podcast data and to use the real one. And to be able to do that, we have to have a form through which we will create new podcasts. So we have to head over to create podcast page and start implementing it. And just to remind you what we're creating, we can take a quick look at the design, zoom in, and this is it. It is a very large form, which will have a lot of functionality of creating a podcast title, even choosing a category from a dropdown, choosing an AI voice, adding a prompt, and even AI generating both the thumbnail and the voice. So there's a lot of stuff happening here. So this will be the next most important part that we have to focus on. So let's get started integrating it. First things first, to create a form, we'll use a chat.cn form. So we can search the docs and search for form. And you'll see that they say that forms are tricky. And I do agree. They're one of the most common things you'll build, but also the most complex. So to build chat.cn forms, they also help themselves with React Hook Form and Zod. React Hook Form helps with state management and Zod helps with validation. So here is how your typical form will look like. And here's another example. Now let's go ahead and actually use it. We can follow their steps one by one. So let's first use this command to install or add a form component. So going back, we can just paste this command right here in an empty terminal. Then we can create a form schema that looks something like this, where you define which fields you want your form to have. Then you get Zod resolver and used form involved as well. And create a new instance of your form, which will understand the entire schema, as well as the default values to that form. And an onSubmit handler, which will be called once you submit the form. Finally, you can build your form out, which looks something like this. So let's actually copy this part, as it is the last one containing all of the steps above, and that will allow us to have something like this, which is a single input field username form. So back in the code, we can, well, basically override what we have here with just this. But quickly, I will also bring back this H1 just so we have it at the top. But you can just paste this, wrap it in a section like this, and then at the top, put this H1 that we had before. Immediately within the section, we'll have this form. So it looks something like this. Next, we'll have to turn this into the actual create podcast page by saying const create podcast is equal to an arrow function. And we'll have to export it at the bottom by saying export default create podcast. And also it looks like it didn't copy the part from the third step. So we'll have to go here and copy this part right here, where we define the form and onSubmit, and paste it right here. Finally, we also have to install a chat.cn input, which we can do easily by saying npx chat.cn UI latest add input. And immediately the red squiggly line should be removed, which means that we can now check this out in our browser. Back here, we have a single white input field, and there should be a button somewhere right here, but it's very dark right now, so we cannot really see it. But it should do for now if you play some hide and seek with the button. There it is. So if you click it, it has complete validation. This is your profile. There we go. We can submit it. It's just a single form. Now we will turn this into this, making the form fields look great and adding many of them for the voice selection, drop downs, descriptions, and much more. So let's put this to the side for now and have our code right here. And let's start from styling this section by giving it a class name equal to margin top of 10 to divide it a bit from the top, flex and flex-call. Next, we can style this inner form right here with a class name of margin top of 12, flex, w-full, and flex-call. This will provide some spacing as well. Next, we can wrap our first form field in a div. So right here within the form, we can create a div that will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, gap of 30 pixels like this, a border of B, so that's a border bottom, border of black 5, and padding bottom of 10. And within that div, we can place our first and only, for now, form field. So that will go right here within this div. You can see just an empty border bottom now. We can also remove this button for now. We'll bring it back later on. Talking about the input, let's make it look a bit better. The first input right here, or the first form field, should I say, will have a name of podcast title. It will render a form item with a class name equal to flex, flex-call, gap of 2.5. The form label will have a class name equal to text-16, font-bold, and text-white-1. Okay, that's already better. Next, we have a form control with an input, and this input will have a class name equal to input-class, focus-visible, ring orange 1, and it will have a placeholder of something like whatever you want to do for your demo podcast. Let's do something like JSM Pro Podcast. Okay, that's already a bit better. We also don't need a form description in this case. And to the form message, we can provide a class name equal to text-white-1. Moving forward, we can start adding that select element right below our first input. That will allow us to choose the type of the voice which we want to use to read out our podcast. So let's do just that by still staying within this div, but moving below this form field, and then creating another div right within it that will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 2.5. Right within it, we can create a new label, and this label will say select AI voice. And of course, we have to import the label coming from components UI label, this one right here. Next, we can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-16, font-bold, and text-white-1. And now we can see this nice looking label. Right below that label, we will render our select trigger. So this is coming from the select component from ShadCN. So quickly navigating over to ShadCN and searching for select, we can see how that looks like. And we can also install it. So let's add a ShadCN select by installing it right here. And then we can immediately import its usage right at the top. And we can also import the way that we actually use it. So that will go right here below the label. Here we have a select with a select trigger and select content. So if we go back, you can see that something is there, but it doesn't look right just yet. So let's style this select trigger by modifying its class name. Let's make it dynamic by calling the cn hook from libutils right here. And then to it, we can pass the text-16, w-full, as well as a border none, and a bg black 1, and a text-gray-1. Now, you can see how while I'm typing this, there's this huge window appearing over the screen that blocks the view. I'll try to see if I can somehow disable this so you can see everything I'm typing clearly. There we go, I disabled it. So now if I remove this text-gray-1 and start typing text-gray-1, 1, I think we're good. It doesn't jump out anymore, which is great. So now you should be able to nicely follow along and see exactly what I'm typing. Great. So now let's add our values that we can select. So the first select value will be equal to placeholder of select AI voice. And it will also have a class name equal to placeholder text-gray. Oh, never mind. It's jumping out again. I gave my best. I'll try to look into it further for another video. There we go. But now you can see this input. But if you click it, you still cannot see the actual select items. So let's style those. Instead of just rendering all of them one by one, we can map over all of them and render just one. So that means that we can style the select content separately by giving it a class name of text-16, border of none, bg black of 1, font-bold, text-white-1, and a focus of ring orange 1. So now we can map over all of our voice categories right here. That will be something like an array of, let's say, voice 1 and then voice 2, through which we can map over, or we get each voice category, and we can then open up a new immediate return block for each one, within which we will render a select item like this. That will then render the actual category right here. Of course, we'll have to give it a class name by saying class name is equal to capitalize and on focus bg orange 1. So now you can see two different voices that we have right here, which is looking great. Let's also give it a key, since we're mapping over it, equal to category, since each one will be different, as well as a value equal to category. And if we save it, you can see this now looks much better. Great, we have an input. So how will these voice types look like? Well, instead of declaring them right here, why don't we declare them at the top? I'll call this array voice categories, and then at the top, I will just create a new const, voice categories is equal to an array, and I'll type in the names of voices that OpenAI gives us. It's Aloy, Shimmer, Nova, Echo, Fable, and Onyx. And yes, your users will be able to choose from all of these. And now we can just map through them, and you can see them all here. Now, how can we make it so that once we click on one, it actually plays a preview of how that voice sounds like? We actually want to know what that voice is. So to do that, below this select content, we can say if voice type exists. So this will be the selected voice type. Then we can return an audio component with a source equal to / and then dynamically choose the voice type we have selected, .mp3. We can autoplay it and give it a class name equal to hidden. Now, what is this voice type? Well, simply, it will be the voice type that we select, so it'll just be a state field. So right at the top, we can scroll and create a new use state at the top of this page, use state snippet. Oh, now I'm missing the autofill that we need. So here it doesn't want autofill, but for strings it does. Interesting. So let's type it manually. Const voice type and set voice type, which can be either of a type, string, or null. And we have to import use state from React. And now we have access to this voice type right here. So will it actually play? Well, if I select Aloy, I didn't hear anything yet, and that's because we're not yet setting the state. So what we have to do is on this select right here, we have to give it an on value change where it gets access to the value which we just clicked on, which is the type of the voice, and then it automatically sets the voice type to be equal to the value. Now, if we save this and choose one of the voices, you should be able to hear how it sounds like. So let's give it a shot. This is good. So now, depending on the style or the emotion you want to cover within your podcast, you can choose different AI voices. This is great. Now, let's head below this select and we can create more form fields. All of these form fields will look almost exactly the same as the initial one. So let's go ahead and copy the initial form field. And let's just paste it right here below the div, wrapping the select. It will also have the form control. The name will be podcast description. Again, this has to be spelled exactly like here, where we render a form item that will now say description. And instead of rendering an input here, we will render a text area. So of course we have to install it, or rather add it to our chat.cn by simply saying npx chat.cn UI latest add, and instead of select, we can just go for text area. Great. So now it will be installed and we can import it from components text area. It will also have the input class with the same focus, and the placeholder can be something like write a short podcast description. And then we have the form message. Great. Now this is looking better and better. Now, taking a quick look at the finished Figma design, you can see that now we'll have to have some kind of a line in between, and the first part of the form is done. Now we'll focus on the AI part of the form. The first one is the actual prompt which the AI voice will read out, so the podcast text or the actual podcast contents. And then the other one is the AI prompt to generate thumbnail or just upload it manually. So to make our life a bit easier, we'll create two separate components and handle all of these functionalities within each one. Quite a lot of exciting functionality will be happening here. So let's do just that by moving back here, moving below the closing of this form field, exiting a div, and then creating a new div which will wrap the two. This div will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a padding top of 10 to divide it a bit from the top. And here we'll create two new components, generate podcast, as well as generate thumbnail. Just like that. And of course, before we save this, we actually have to create them within the components folder. That'll be generate podcast.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, as well as in the components, we can create generate thumbnail.tsx, and we can run RAFCE again. And now we can just import both of them from their corresponding components files. And right now it's dark, but you should be able to see two pieces of text right here. Before we go ahead and implement them, let's just go a bit below this generate thumbnail and create a div that will wrap the button that signifies the end of the form. So this div will have a class name equal to margin top of 10 and w-full, and within it we can render our button. That will be of a type is equal to submit, and it will say something like submit. Of course, we have to style it further by giving it a class name equal to text-16, w-full, bg of orange 1, padding y of 4, font-extra bold, text-white-1, transition-all, duration of 500, and on hover, bg black 1. So now, if you hover over it, you can see that you have this nice looking transition. Now, we also want to play with the submit state a bit. Sometimes there might be a loading indicator needed in case we have already tried to submit the form. So let's quickly go to the top of this component or page, and let's add a new use state snippet and call it is submitting. Set is submitting. At the start, set to false. And as a matter of fact, I'll try to increase the width of this Visual Studio Code just a tiny bit more so we can fit a bit more stuff in one line so it's easier to see. There we go. This is good. So now we can scroll down, and based on this state, we can show different things. So we can say if is submitting, then we can render an empty React fragment that will say something like submitting ... Or else we can say something like submit and publish podcast. With this submitting, we can also add a loader indicator. So just say loader and import it from Lucid React like this. To it, we can pass the size of 20, as well as a class name equal to animate-spin. So now our button says submit and publish podcast, but if I go up and change the isSubmitting state to true, you can see that it says submitting. We can also apply a bit of a margin right to this loader by saying margin right of something like 5, or even less will do the trick. There we go. This is good, and maybe we can put it after the actual submitting and set this to margin left. There we go. This makes sense. We don't need the dots in case we have the indicator. Wonderful. So submitting, and if we go up and change it, it will say submit and publish. Great. Now, soon enough, we'll be able to dive into these two components and implement the functionality of generating AI podcast sound and generating an AI thumbnail. But to be able to do that, we need to pass the right props into them so we can then update the state in the current component. So right at the top of this page, let's create all of the necessary states that we'll need to pass over. We will need a use state of image prompt. And by the way, I use the use state snippet and then press the tab to immediately rename the setter function as well and immediately get to the initial value. At the start, the image prompt will be set to an empty string. Next, we also need another use state, and this one will be called audio storage ID, set audio storage ID, at the start equal to null. And this audio storage ID will be of a special type coming directly from Convex, so we can immediately define it by providing a custom type of ID coming from Convex generated data model of the additional type underscore storage, like this. Or at the start, it can be set to null. So this is the full type. Alongside the audio storage ID, we'll also need to have the image storage ID, because once we upload it, we need to know its ID. So we can say image storage ID and set image storage ID, also equal to the same type. So we have image prompt, and then we have the image storage ID. Let's put this a bit down. Then we have the audio URL. So let's create a new use state for audio URL, set audio URL equal to an empty string at the start, audio storage ID, and we can also have use state and call this audio duration, set audio duration at the start equal to 0, so that we know exactly how many seconds does the audio last. Next, after that, we'll also need another use state of voice prompt, set voice prompt at the start equal to an empty string. And we can also put this voice type right here below. So voice type, voice prompt. And then we have the miscellaneous, like the is submitting one, which we can put a bit at the bottom. Finally, once we upload the image, like we have the audio URL, we also have to get the image URL. So we can say const image URL, set image URL at the start equal to an empty string. Great. And I can see our form is giving us 2 errors here, saying that we have incorrect names right here. So what we can do is just define proper default values by saying podcast title at the start equal to an empty string and podcast description at the start equal to an empty string as well. With that, we also have to define our form schema. So instead of username, we will say podcast title will be z.string.min2, and we can let it say the default message. And similar thing for podcast description. z.string, we can make it minimum of 2 characters. Great. Nothing complains anymore, and we have a lot of these use state fields, which we can now pass over to the components that should generate them and mutate them. So let's pass them right here to generate podcast as well as generate thumbnail. To generate podcast, we'll pass the set audio storage ID equal to set audio storage ID. Then the set audio itself, set audio is equal to set audio URL. Again, make sure that here you have the URL. At the left side, we don't have it. We have the voice type, which we want to pass into it. So voice type is equal to voice type. We have the audio, which will be equal to audio URL. We have the voice prompt, which we want to generate, and set voice prompt as well. And we have the set audio duration as well. Before we pass anything to the second one, let's now get into this one and let's focus on generating our podcast audio. First things first, we need to accept all of these props right here. So I will just hold the Windows key and then double click each one of these types or props we're passing into it, copy them, and just destructure them right here. And make sure to add commas at the end of each one. And now we can also define the types of those props by saying generate podcast props. We can either create an interface for all of these props by ourselves right here at the top, or we can create it right here in a separate folder called types. So let's choose the second solution right here, create a new folder called types, and within it, create a new index.ts. And here you can write export interface generate podcast props. And then you can start defining all of these properties, such as a voice type, for example, is of a type string, and so on. And then we can just import it here. And that way it automatically knows what the voice type is. And just so we don't have to repeat this for every single interface across the entire application, you can find the complete types index.ts in the README of this project. So copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice we have some types right here, one of them being this generate podcast props. The reason why this is a bit longer is because we're using a proper React way to recognize that this function is a state setter. Great. So with that in mind, now you can see that our IDE understands the types of all of our props we're passing. So if you do something like voice type dot something, it will know that something doesn't exist on this string. And it even gives me an example saying that property something does not exist on type string. Great. So now this means we can start creating the JSX of the forms needed to generate the podcast audio. So let's wrap everything in a div, and we'll have one more div within it. The inner part will act as the container with a class name equal to flex-col, and a gap of 2.5. That's the same as all of the other form elements. And we can render a label and a text area right here. So label that will say something like AI prompt to generate podcast. And we can give it a class name equal to text16, font-bold, and text-white-1. And of course, we have to import the label from /UI label. Don't go for this one, use the one in your UI. If we save it, you can see it appear right here, and we're getting closer to what we need to generate the podcast. Right below it, let's render a text area coming from /UI text area. You can immediately see it on the right side, but of course we'll style it further by giving it a class name equal to input-class. font dash light, and a focus dash visible of ring orange 1. So once you click it, it actually gets this nice orange glow. Let's also give it a placeholder equal to provide text to generate audio. Let's make it have 5 rows by default. And now we have to also set the state of this voice prompt. So let's just say something like value is equal to voice prompt. And on change, we can get the event and then set the voice prompt to be equal to e.target.value. So now we can type into it, and soon enough, we'll be able to feed it to OpenAI. And looking at the glow that these components have, you can see that it seems to be orange glow, but there's also a bit of white here, which doesn't look that good. So to fix it, we can say ring dash offset dash orange dash 1. That way, you will only have this lighter orange gray instead of this one, which really jumps out. So let's modify this ring offset orange 1 on focus visible within all of the inputs that we have. So if we go back here, we have it here in the text area, and we also have it in the 2 inputs before. I think this select item is okay, but here for username, or that really should be a title, right? So we can say title. Let's see, 1, good. Oh, the select AI voice one, we can also do it here. That should be on the select trigger right here, so add it here. And now you can see it also looks nice. We added the description and here, great. So now we can go back to generate podcast, and we can go below this div and create a new div where we'll put our button. This div will have a class name equal to margin top of 5 to divide it a bit from the top, W full for full width, max dash W of 200 pixels. And we can render a new button. This button is coming from UI button, and it'll be similar to the one we had so far. So we can actually copy this button and just paste it right here. Of course, we need to import the loader, and we also need to create the same is submitting state. So let's do just that. Use state is, let's call it is generating, because we are generating a new audio prompt. At the start, set to false. And of course, don't forget to import use state within this file as well. And then we'll have to use the is generating instead of is submitting, and we can say generating. Okay, that's great. And instead of submit and publish, we can just say generate. Okay, that's great. So we can generate it, and then later on, we can submit it. And we can also style this button a bit differently, so it's not the same, by giving it a class name of text16. This one will not be W full, just BG orange of 1. Let's do just font of bold, text dash 1, and I think we can remove the duration and the hover on this one, and the transition as well. So now we have a nice generate one, and then we have a submit. Finally, once we generate it, we actually want to listen to it. So right below this div that's wrapping our button, let's see if we have the audio generated. And if we do, we can render the audio property that will have access to full controls. It will have a source equal to audio. It will auto play. It will have a class name equal to margin top of 5. And onloaded metadata will be equal to an event. And then we want to set the duration right here automatically by pulling it from e.currentTarget.duration. So the user doesn't have to type it manually. We will see what the audio recording's duration is and automatically set it to the state. Of course, we cannot see it now because we don't yet have the audio, but as soon as we generate it, we will. Now, for generating this podcast, we'll create a custom hook to keep all of our code tidy. We'll create it right above the generate podcast and call it const use generate podcast. it's equal to a regular function that accepts some props of a type generate podcast props. And here we'll do all the logic of generating the podcast and return just two things, or rather just a single one, which is an object that will contain the isGenerating field, so we know whether it is or it's not, which will be some kind of a Boolean flag, and also the actual function to generate the podcast, which will look something like this. Of course, we have to generate it to actually do the work, but this is what the useGeneratePodcast will return, while all the logic will be contained within this single hook. So logic for podcast generation. Great. Now within the bottom component, the only thing we'll have to do is say const is generating and generate podcast, which we destructure from the use generate podcast hook. And to it, we can pass all of the props we have above. And in this case, we don't even have to destructure them at the top. We can just say props of a type generate podcast props, because we're passing them right into this use generate podcast hook like so. There we go. And then we don't even need the use state, because we're going to get the is generating from use generate podcast hook. I hope this makes just a bit of sense. We wanted to extract the actual representation right here from the logic that we'll use to actually make calls to OpenAI to generate that podcast. And since we're no longer destructuring the props, now here we'll have to say props dot voice prompt and set voice prompt. Oh, similar thing for the audio and set audio in these three spaces, props dot audio and set audio duration. Great. Here is our window. So how can we actually generate a podcast? What do we need to do to make that happen? Well, let's see. First of all, we'll have to define some kind of a function. Const generate podcast is equal to an async function because it will take some time to generate it. And now we already know that we can return this generate podcast is equal to this generate podcast function. We also know that we'll have to have some kind of a state for this is generating. So we can declare it as the use state snippet at the top by saying is generating, and at the start it will be equal to false. So now we know that we can also pass this state at the bottom. We don't have to hard code it to just false. Okay, great. So now we are returning an object with is generating and generate podcast. Nothing special, but we're still not getting to the main part of how we will actually make it work. Well, as soon as we start generating a podcast, we can set is generating to true. And then we can reset the audio by saying props.setAudio to be equal to either null or in this case, an empty string. But we don't have to say props every time, so we might as well destructure all of the things from props. So right here, let's destructure it by saying set audio. We'll also need to get our voice type as well as a voice prompt, the set audio storage ID, and I think that will be it. So now we can just say set audio. Next, let's do a very quick check. Like if there is no voice prompt. So if there's no voice prompt, then we want to simply return, meaning exit out of the function, and we can also set is generating to false. Of course, this if should have been spelled like this. Later on, we can also add a toast message right here, show error message. For now, just saying set is generating false and exiting out of the function will do the trick. Next, if we do have a voice prompt selected, then we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can say console.log and say that there is an error generating podcast. We can also console log the error itself. And later on, we can also do a to-do show error message. And of course, let's not forget to set is generating to false because we haven't been able to successfully generate it. In the try block, we need to access the generated podcast audio. So first, we'll have to pass the actual voice type and voice prompt to a function that will spit back the response containing the actual audio. So let's just write pseudocode right now. It should look something like this. Const response is equal to await, and then we call some kind of a function called getPodcastAudio, to which we can pass an object containing voice equal to voice type and containing the actual input, which will be equal to voice prompt. But of course, we don't yet have this getPodcastAudio function created. So how can we do that? Well, we'll use Convex to help us. And the way in which it will help us is if we go right here to Convex folder and create a new file called openai.ts. And in the language of Convex, this additional file would be called an action. Actions can call third-party services to do things such as processing payments with Stripe or do anything else. In this case, we'll be using the OpenAI API to do some audio. So you basically just create a new file under the Convex folder, just like we have done, and then you can import some action, export it, and add a handler on what that action should do. And unlike a query, an action can, but does not have to return a value. Let's expand this. Actions can also take in arguments, which we pass into them. In this case, we should pass the voice type and the actual text for the podcast to be generated. And then here in the handler, we can use those arguments to call OpenAI APIs and simply return the function here. Actions also have access to context, which allows us to read the data from the database using, for example, the run query field, and then do some additional stuff with the data we fetch. We can also use the run mutation to write the data to the database. There's a lot of things we can do, but let's explore it together. I will show you how to start from scratch. First things first, we'll take this file as a starter example and paste it here. So we have an action and values, which we use to define the types. Next, let's rename this action to make sense. In our case, we'll call it generate audio action. It'll be an action that will accept a couple of parameters. The first one will be input. So we can say input of a type v.string. So this is the actual text which we want to generate or which we want our voice type to read. And the second argument will be a voice, and it will also be of a type string. Now that we're passing those, we can get access to them within arguments and do something with them. So in this case, the only thing we want to do is call the OpenAI API to create a new speech. And for that, we can refer to this very nice documentation page called text-to-speech, where you can learn how to turn text into lifelike spoken audio. The audio API provides a speech endpoint based on text-to-speech model, and it comes with 6 built-in voices that we have already put within our application. One example is Aloy. So how can we start using it? Well, let's switch this code over to Node, and let's copy their example. I'll copy everything that is within the main function and paste it right here. And if you're wondering how to come to this page, just Google text-to-speech OpenAI platform. You can also notice that this is Node, and right now we are within Next.js. And now there's a couple of things we'll have to fix. First of all, the handler function will have to be asynchronous. Next, we'll have to import OpenAI from OpenAI package so we can install it by running npm install OpenAI. And as soon as you do this, you can auto import it at the top by saying import OpenAI, that looks like this, from OpenAI. And you'll notice that we're having an error here because I spelled it OpenAI all lowercase. And that's for a reason. This thing right here is an instance of this class which we need to use. So what we can do is say const OpenAI is equal to new OpenAI instance to which we can pass the API key. And this will be equal to process.env.openai_API_key. So let me teach you how to generate a key like this. Head over to platform.openai.com, create your account, and go to API keys. Then create a new secret key. And I think you can make it a service account. Call it something like JSM_podcaster. And feel free to add it to some kind of a project or just create a new project altogether. Looks like it's invalid ID. I think we cannot use an underscore. Great. And here is my key. So I will copy it, go to my .env.local and say OpenAI underscore API underscore key is equal to this key right here, which means that now we're successfully reading it. And now this OpenAI instance is properly recognized. Next, you can choose your model. Text-to-speech one is okay. And then here, you can manually change between different voice types, but we can also change between them dynamically. So I can destructure the arguments right here to get access to our selected voice and to the input which we want that voice to read. And instead of just hard-coded voice, I can now say that this will be equal to the voice that we pass in. And instead of the input, today is a wonderful day to build something people love, we can just use our input, which we will pass into the generate audio action. And since both of these have the same key and value pairs, we can just write it like this. Notice that voice shouldn't be of a type string, rather it should be one of these properties, since our array on the front end only contains proper names. Again, make sure that it is exactly like this. I don't worry about this too much. We can just do something like voice as speech create params coming from OpenAI resources audio speech dot voice. And I think we'll have to access it like this. So now this will let it know that it's actually of one of these types listed right here instead of just a regular string. Great. After that, we get access to this buffer. So we can say const buffer is equal to await mp3 dot array buffer. This will be enough. And we can just return that buffer. This is the actual mp3 file we want to play with on the front-end side. And believe it or not, this is it. This is the function that generates the audio voice. So now, how do we actually use it within our generate podcast, use generate podcast custom hook? Well, just like we thought we would. We can uncomment this, and we can try to assign the get podcast audio and extract it from our actions. Let me show you how to do that. Convex makes it very easy. You go here and say const get podcast audio is equal to use action coming from Convex React, and to it, you can pass the parameters it needs, such as API coming from Convex generated API dot OpenAI dot generate audio action. And once again, make sure that you have Convex running, because only then will it be able to populate this API. Let's see what it is saying here. There seems to be some kind of an error saying uncaught error, the OpenAI API key environment variable is missing or empty. Provided. Oh, I think I know why. We not only have to have it here, or rather, we don't have to have it here at all. What we need to do instead is add it within Convex's dashboard, because they will be handling it for us. So if we go to Convex and go to settings, environment variables, and add a new variable of OpenAI key and save it, we can open up the terminal and you can see Convex actions ready. If this terminal wasn't running for you, just run npx convex dev and it will work. So now this action will be recognized right here when you say API.openai.generate audio action, and it will give us access to this action. get podcast audio, which we're calling right here. Looks like I misspelled it. That's get podcast audio. We're calling it, and we're hoping to get a response back from OpenAI. So you can see how handy this was. We didn't have to necessarily put this entire function right within here, generate podcast. Rather, we created a new service within Convex called OpenAI, and then we created a new action within that service, which we can now very easily consume within our code. So now let's actually try to read this file. When you're working with MP3s or any other files really, there's something known as a blob. And to read it properly, you have to access that file as a blob. So we can say new blob from the response of a type is audio /MPEG. Once we have that blob, we can create its file name by saying const file name is equal to a dynamic string of podcast dash, and we can use a random ID. Typically, to generate random IDs, I always use a library called UUID. So we can run npm install UUID. It's a very lightweight library that allows you to do something like this. Import v4 as UUID v4. I think I have one U extra there. From UUID. And now here, we can use that UUID function by saying UUID v4, call it, and then add a .mp3 at the end. This way we'll ensure that our file is always unique in the database. So let's now create the actual file by saying const file is equal to new file, to which we pass a blob, pass a file name as well, and then finally pass the type of audio MPEG. And then we want to start uploading it. But how do we actually upload the file to Convex storage? For that, we'll use upload stuff. Yep, you heard that right. It's not upload thing. Rather, it's upload stuff, a play on and a fork of upload thing. And actually, it works very well with Convex. They say it right here, so this is exactly what I've decided to use. So let's quickly set it up by installing it. You can just go to uploadstuff.dev, getting started, and just copy the installation command, npm I at this user right here, and then upload stuff. Next, you'll have to continue with your server setup guide. And as you can see, we'll be using Convex to implement our file storage. So here they explain how to do it. First, you create a mutation that generates an upload URL. So we can copy this part and add it to convex files.ts. So that's simple. Go to Convex and create a new file called files.ts and paste what we just copied. We don't need anything under args, and the only thing we need to do is return the generate upload URL mutation. As simple as that. Next, we have to create a mutation that saves the file storage ID, and they have a version with single and multiple files. And they say here that in your project, you can give these mutations more specific names, which is exactly what we will do. So we won't directly copy and paste this. Rather, I'll show you how to make it specific for our application. So now that we have this generate upload URL, we can go back to our file. I noticed this name should have been name with a capital N. And now, right at the top where we have all of the hooks, we can say const in braces start upload is equal to use upload files. And to it, we can pass the generate upload URL coming from Convex files. We also need to import the use upload files itself. And this hook will be coming from import use upload files from. We'll use this name of the upload stuff package and do the / react on it. Now we have access to this use upload stuff, and we pass the generate upload URL right to it. I also noticed the UUID is not properly imported. I think we have to install the types for it as well. So copy what it says here and install the types package, and the warning is gone. So now I just noticed I made a small mistake here. Instead of getting the generate upload URL like this, what we have to do instead is say const generate upload URL is equal to use mutation coming from Convex React, where we can say API dot files dot generate upload URL. You see how convenient this is? Similar to OpenAI right here, API.OpenAI. Here, we're saying API.files.generateUploadURL because right under Convex, we have the API called files, and here we're exporting a generate upload URL. Now that we have it, we can pass this one to use upload files, which exposes the start upload function. So let's use it right here at the bottom by saying start upload, to which we can pass an array with a single file. And we can get access to the output of that by saying const uploaded is equal to start upload, and then const storage ID is equal to uploaded 0 dot storage ID. So we're getting the storage ID where we store that single file. To make TypeScript happy with this, we'll have to wrap this entire part in parentheses and say dot response as any. And let's not forget to await the start upload, as it is an asynchronous function. Now that we have the storage ID, we can set it to the state by saying set audio storage ID to be equal to the storage ID. We can also try to get access to the audio URL by saying const audio URL is equal to await get audio URL. And we'll try to get it by passing an object where it only has one parameter of storage ID. So now what do we have to do to create this get audio URL function? Well, let me show you. We can go back to Convex and create a new file called podcasts.ts. And here we can have all the queries and mutations that will have something to do with podcasts. Then we can create a new function, export const get URL is equal to, where we specify a mutation coming from generated server. Again, mutations have arguments, and in this case, we're accepting a storage ID, which is equal to v coming from convex values dot ID of a string underscore storage. And a question for you, what is the second thing we have alongside args? Well, it is the handler function. So we can say handler is an async function where we get a context and arguments, and we need to return something. Now, first of all, this handler looks like I have a typo here. So we fix that. And now we can return await context dot storage. So we're accessing our database dot get URL. And we want to get the URL of args dot storage ID. Okay. So the only thing we're doing is we're saying, hey, check out our storage and give me the URL of this file stored in this storage ID. And then we return it. Let's properly end it. And this is it. So now we should already know how to get access to this. It's very intuitive in Convex. We can basically do const get audio URL is equal to use mutation, and then say api.podcasts.getURL. Let's repeat one more time why that is. Use mutation because this is a mutation. api.podcasts because the name of the file where that action is podcasts. And then why getURL? Because that's how we named our function. Great. So now we have this get audio URL. We're calling it right here. And we have access to the audio URL. So now we can set audio to the state by setting it like this. And we know that we will get it back, so we can add an exclamation mark at the end so TypeScript knows it's good. We can set is generating to false because we have actually generated the audio. And also I'll add a to-do to show a success message. As a matter of fact, why would I be lazy? Let's actually implement the success and error messages right now. It makes sense instead of adding too many to-dos like this. For that, we'll use a shatcn toast component that when something happens, just gives you a quick notification about that. So let's install it by copying the installation command and pasting it right here. And we can import it within our primary layout.tsx. Or in our case, that will be within our home layout because we won't be using toasts on our authentication. So let's copy this import, head over to layout, root layout, import it at the top, and use it right here where we said that the toaster will go. And now how do we use it? Well, we can import use toast where we want to use it, like right here. We can use toast as a hook, and we can then copy this toast with a title and description and call it right here. Let's just use a title for now and say something like, please provide a voice type to generate a podcast. Okay, let's copy it. Let's also paste it right here at the bottom where we can say toast and say something like error, creating a podcast. And we can also choose a variant of destructive to make it red. And we can also do another one right here. This one will be podcast generated successfully. There we go. Okay, that's good. So now we have everything we need for this use generate podcast hook to produce this generate podcast function, which we can now call on the button click. So if we scroll to this button, we might as well indent this properly. So let me do just that by selecting all of the fields and moving left a couple of times. There we go. To this button, we can give an on click where we call a generate podcast. That is it. So now just to recap and see where we are, we have a hook that generates a function that generates a podcast that is primarily utilizing this API.OpenAI service for which the logic we have specified here, it returns it. We're using upload stuff to upload the generated audio file to our database, and then we get its URL and just play it. So now we can exit this generate podcast and go back to our form right here. Right now, it doesn't know what it's getting for the voice type. We can just add an exclamation mark to tell it that it will be of a right type. Now I will close all of the files which I don't need and reload my localhost 3000. So remember where we were? We haven't seen this homepage for a long time, but here we are. I'm gonna collapse it a bit. Looks great on mobile. And now we should have everything needed to generate a podcast. First, let's try to click generate without doing anything else. And we do get a pop-up, but we cannot really see it. Okay, that's good to know. So we might want to navigate over to the Toast UI, scroll down, and head over to Variants, Default. And right here under Default, we can change the background to BG Orange 1, which is our signature color. And we can also change the text to white 1 and save it. If we do that and now click generate, you can see this looks much better. We can also change the destructive one by giving it a border red of 500, BG red of 500, and text dash slate dash 50. Let's see how that looks like. I think we get a destructive one if something goes wrong. Like maybe right now we just need to provide a voice type. So let's try to select a voice like Aloy.
Hello, I am Alloy.
And now if we click generate, Okay, it still says provide a voice type even though we have selected it. Interesting. What happens if we actually give it the prompt? So now I will say something like, this is my first podcast, although it is only one sentence long. And I will click generate. You can see that it is actually generating right now.
This is my first podcast, although it is only one sentence long.
And oh my God, it actually played it out. So it generated this audio file where you can actually play with the volume and you can
This is my first
hear what you
podcast,
just typed
although it is only
right
one
there.
sentence long.
This is crazy. And we used Aloy and it actually chose that voice. Crazy stuff, and this actually works. So we have successfully connected with a third-party API, in this case OpenAI API, added it within our Convex application, used it, and now we will also use it to store it to our database. So let's give it a title. I'm going to say my first podcast. And unfortunately, as I was typing this, I remembered that we cannot yet save it or submit it. And that is because we don't yet have a thumbnail for it. Oh, I got a bit ahead of myself there. But that's not bad. It just gives us another big task to work on. Now that we have learned how we can use third-party services within our Convex applications, we can surely and easily just use it to do something else as well, besides generating voice, in this case, generating a thumbnail. So let's head into the generate thumbnail and let's create it, starting with its JSX. We can first wrap everything into a React fragment, and right within it, we can render a div that will have a class name equal to generate underscore thumbnail. If we save this, you should be able to see a box, a grayish box appear. Within this div, we will render a button that will have a type equal to button. And don't forget to import actual button from UI button. Let's also give it a variant equal to plain. Let's also give it a class name equal to bg black of 6. And you can see that it's complaining about this variant right here, saying that plain is not a thing. So I will actually show you how you can make it a thing by modifying chassis and components. We can enter this button and scroll down all the way where you have different variants right here. And you can add your own variant right below link and call it plain. Let's give it a border of none, BG of transparent, text dash 16 pixels, font dash bold, leading dash normal, and text dash white dash 1. And now it will no longer complain, and you can actually say something within that button, such as use AI to generate thumbnail. There we go. Here is our button. And we can also duplicate this button below and say upload custom image. So this will be an alternative option in case you just want to upload something custom. And to know which one we're doing, we can create a new state right at the top. Use state. Call it is AI thumbnail. At the start, set to false. And let's import use state from React. And now we'll change the class name depending on this AI state. You can do that using the dynamic CN property. So we can say CN, open it up, no classes by default, but BG black 6, only if is AI thumbnail, or right at the bottom, if it's not an AI thumbnail. So this will give them different styles depending on what we choose. And the only thing we'll do on click, so we can also do it for both, is say on click, set the is AI thumbnail either to true at the top one or to false at the bottom one. So now that should allow us to just nicely switch between the two. Great. Now that we have the buttons, if the is AI is selected, we'll have to show a new text area where we can enter a prompt to generate our thumbnail. And I think this text area will be the same as this one above. So let's go over to generate podcast and let's copy this entire div with the label and text area. As a matter of fact, we can also get the button and everything, as we also need a button to generate that thumbnail. So we can get this outside div as well. Label all the way until here. Before we paste it though, let's go below this div and check whether is AI thumbnail is on. Else, we'll do something else, like just render a div for now. But if it is an AI thumbnail, we can return a div, and within that div, we can return what we just copied. There's a lot of stuff, but we'll make it work. Let's just indent it properly. There we go. We have to import the label from UI label, the text area from UI text area. Oh, and we also have to get some props. So no longer this will be a voice prompt, rather it will be an image prompt. So let's get all of these here from props, such as set image storage ID, image itself, image prompt, and set image prompt. And all of these are of a type generate thumbnail props coming from types. And actually, we first have to pass these into the generate thumbnail by declaring them right here and properly separating them. So let's do just that, one by one. Set image will be equal to set image URL. Set image storage ID is just equal to itself. Image is equal to image URL. Image prompt is equal to image prompt. And set image prompt is equal to set image prompt. So now we're properly getting all of these props. And instead of using the old voice prompt, this time we're generating the image. So now we can use the image prompt and also set image prompt. Great. Also, we will do something similar to before, but we don't need to create an additional hook. We can just create a new function right here. Const generate image is equal to an async function. So now instead of calling generate podcast right here, we can just call generate image. Oh, we also need the is generating state. So we can scroll up and create a new state, call it is generating, set is generating at the start set to false. And the last thing is that we have to import this loader from Lucid React. And I think now we'll have most of the things ready for use AI to generate thumbnail. There we go. This is great. Of course, we'll have to fix the styles a bit, but this is already a good start. So let's play with the styles by going over to this primary div and giving it a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 5. Right within it, we can give it a margin top of 5 and keep everything else the same. It will say AI prompt to generate thumbnail instead of podcast. And here we can also say provide text to generate thumbnail. This bottom div won't have the margin top as we provided it in the top one. And I think that's it. It looks good on desktop as well, as you have this one where you can generate a text audio, and then at the bottom, you can either choose from using AI to generate a thumbnail or uploading your custom image. So now let's deal with that second part. What if our user wants to upload a custom image? Yep, we can do that as well. So let's give this div a class name equal to image_div, and this will just create some space where the image will go. We can also give this div an onClick, which will be equal to an empty callback function for now. Later on, we'll use it to upload the image. And of course, within it, we're going to have an input coming from ShadCN, or rather UI input. It'll be an input of a type is equal to file. So that will look something like this. We can give it a class name equal to hidden, because we don't need the actual input. Once we click in this box, we will actually want to upload. And we need to give it a ref equal to image ref. So this is something we have to create right at the top by saying const image ref is equal to use ref HTML input element at the start set to null. And now right here, we can even make this on click work immediately. The only thing we have to do is say image ref (current (click). So basically, once we click on this div, it will initiate the image upload. It allows me to choose some files from my desktop. For now, I will exit, and let's continue creating this box. I'll rename this generating state because this state will be used for image upload as well. So we're gonna call it something like isImageLoading. That way it's universal for both generation as well as upload. So set isImageLoading, just a bit of a better name. And now we can use it here, is generating. And right here below this input, we can open up a block and say if not isImageLoading, then render an image, which we have to import from next image, else render a div. And let's properly close it as well. This image will have a source equal to /icons /upload -image.svg, a width of about 40, a height of about 40, and an alt tag of upload. So now we can see this little icon in the center. Else, we will render a loader with a size of 20 and class name of animate spin. And as a matter of fact, we can just copy this one from here and paste it here. So we need both the state that says something like uploading and then a loader indicating that something is happening. Let's give this div a class name equal to text-16, flex-center, font-medium, and text-white-1. So this will show if we are uploading. Right below this dynamic part, we can render one last div, give it a class name equal to flex, flex-call, items-center, and a gap of 1. Within it, render an h2 that will say something like click to upload, and a p tag that will say something like SVG, PNG, JPEG, or even GIF with a max 1080p over 1080p. If we save it, it will be just dark. So let's style this h2 by giving it a class name of text-12, font-bold, and text-orange-1. And also style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to text-12, font-normal, and text-gray-1. Okay, that's better. So now we have an actual input box. But once we upload or generate an image, we need to be able to see it somehow. So let's go below this dynamic part, either way, whether we generate it or upload it, and check whether we have an image. If we have an image, render a div with a class name equal to flex-center and a w-full. And within it, render a self-closing image with a source equal to image, a width of about 200, a height of 200, and a class name of margin top 5 to divide it a bit from the top, and an alt tag of thumbnail. In this case, I will just upload my logo. So let's go with a profile.png. And it looks like it didn't quite do it. I don't see it right here. So let's see whether this image has been properly set. The only thing we're doing right here is we actually just click it, and then we have this image ref. But are we ever actually setting the image? I don't think so. So on change on this input, Once something gets uploaded, we will get an event including our image, and then we can call the upload image function, which we will create, and pass the event to it. So now, scrolling to the top, we have generate image. We will also have const upload image, which will also be equal to an async function that accepts the event of a type react.changeEvent of a type HTML input element. So that's a second function. And we'll have one general function called const handle image, which is equal to an async function that accepts a blob of a type blob and a file name of a type string. So this one will be used in both of these functions, whether we upload our own image or generate an OpenAI image. We want to upload it to our storage and get access to its file URL. So just for now, within this handle image function, I will set isImageLoading to be equal to true and reset the image in case it was set before. Then I will open up a new try and catch block, and in the catch, I will console.log an error, and I will also render a toast. Remember how to use a toast? Const toast is equal to use toast, which we import from UI use toast, and then you just say toast, call it as a function, and pass a title or description to it of something like error generating thumbnail, and we can also give it a variant of destructive. And I just forgot, this has to be destructured right here from use toast. Great. So now we are handling the catch part, but what happens at the try part? Well, we have to do the same thing we have already done while storing the audio. So let's quickly remember what we did by going to generate podcast and see how we have been handling files and uploads of those files, and then getting those storage IDs and storage URLs for audio. We'll copy this entire part and paste it here, of course, with some slight modifications. In this case, we don't have to generate a blob from a response because we're already getting the image in a blob format. So we can skip this part. Next, we will pass the file name directly, so we don't have to really generate it manually like this. So what we have to do is say const file is equal to new file to which we pass the blob. Oh, looks like I misspelled it as blog at the top. We pass the file name from the params as well, and the type will be image PNG. Just shows you how working with all the files is very similar, at least the structure. Then the upload process is very similar as well. We just have to get access to this start upload function. So let's see how we have done it here. Start upload, coming from use upload files, generate upload URL. So we just copy these two things as well and paste them at the top. Of course, while importing the use mutation and use upload files, and even API 2, coming from Convex generated APIs. That gives us the storage ID. This time, it's not called set audio storage ID, it's called set image storage ID. Instead of audio URL, we get back the image URL. And how did we use this get audio URL function? Let's see it. Get audio URL. It's equal to a mutation that we call directly on our API podcasts. So let's replicate that right here at the top. And it will actually be the same function because this is not related to audio or video or image specifically. It just returns the URL of whatever storage file we're accessing by ID. So we just rename it to get image URL, and we can use it right here. Next, we set image to be equal to image URL with an exclamation mark because we know it will be there, so TypeScript doesn't need to worry. And we set image loading to false, and we can also just return a toast with a title of thumbnail generated successfully. So now that we're handling this image properly when it comes to storage and uploads, let's actually call it within this upload image. The way that works is we first have to access the file from the event. And you can see how all of this is automatically filled in for me by the Copilot, as this is a standard procedure. But still, let me type it out manually. First, we have to say e.prevent default, not to reload the page after we upload the image. Next, we open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.error or console log the actual error. And we can also do a toast, error uploading image. In the try, we want to access the file. So we can say const files is equal to e.target.files. If there's no files, we want to exit out of the function. But if there is files, we want to access a singular file by saying files 0. Then out of it, we want to create a new blob by saying const blob is equal to await file.array buffer, which we call as a function, and then we can call a .then on it, which gives us access to an array buffer, or AB for short, which we can use to generate a new blob, which will look something like this, new blob, to which we pass the array buffer. Finally, with that blob, we call the handle image and pass the blob alongside the file name as well. So now the upload should be working, and it should also store the uploaded file to our Convex storage. So let's give it a shot. I'll click upload. I'll choose my profile.png. Uploading. Oh, and we get an error. This is good. This is just Next.js protecting us from displaying an image that is not configured under images in Next.config.js. So just copy whatever the host name is right here, go to next.config.mjs, and add a new protocol of HTTPS and a host name of the string that you just copied. If you save that and reload the page, unfortunately, we'll have to try everything again, but that's okay. Let's try to upload. Oh, now when I click, it doesn't work. Let me reload once again. Oh, there we go. It did it now. I'll select profile, uploading, thumbnail generated successfully, and we get a JSM logo, which is our first podcast's thumbnail. This is great. But before I actually submit our first ever podcast, we don't even have the functionality for that, but before we even try, I would want to try to generate a thumbnail using AI too. So let's implement this generate image functionality. To do that, before I start typing anything within here, let's head over to our OpenAI service file right here. And here we have already coded out the generate audio action, but now we can do another one. We can create a new export const generate thumbnail action equal to the action. It has the same things right here. It gets the arguments, this time of a prompt of a type v.string, and then it has the handler function, which is an async function that has the context as the first parameter, but we won't need it, so it's a good practice to just name it underscore. And then we have the actual arguments from which we can just destructure the prompt and create the rest of the function. Within here, we'll try to call OpenAI by saying await OpenAI dot images dot generate, and we can choose which model we want to use. So we can say model is DALL-E 3 in this case. We can choose which prompt we can pass, the size of the image. Let's do 124 by 124. Next, we can choose the quality, and let's do something like standard. And we can give it an n of 1, which is equal to the number of images which we want to generate. Next, we can store that in a response by saying const response is equal to await, and then this call. And we can extract a URL from that by saying const URL is equal to response.data 0.url. If there is no URL, we can throw an error saying error generating thumbnail. But if we do have a URL, we can say const image response is equal to await fetch URL. So we will fetch that image that was generated. We'll create a buffer out of it by saying await image response dot array buffer. Same thing we're doing with our own image upload. And then we will return that buffer right here. So now we have an action that generates a thumbnail, which means we can go back here to generate image, and at the top, create a new const handle generate thumbnail, which is equal to use action coming from Convex React, and to it, we pass the API.openai.generate thumbnail action. And now we can use it within generate image by saying const response is equal to await handle generate thumbnail, to which we can pass a prompt equal to image prompt. As before, we get a blob out of that response by saying const blob is equal to new blob out of the response, and the type is image PNG. And once we have the blob, we can call the handle image function, which we have created, and pass the blob to it, as well as the file name. Instead of using a date.now, like Copilot suggested, I will just once again use the UUID version 4, call it as a function, and of course we have to import it at the top by saying import v4 as UUID v4 coming from UUID. Also, I just noticed that I didn't handle the errors in this case, so I will open up the try and catch block, put everything we have so far in try, and then in catch, we can just say something like console.log error, and then a toast with a title of error generating thumbnail with a variant of destructive. And I believe this should be okay. Yep, the warning is gone. So now we have the generate image, upload image, handle image, everything is there. So let's give it a shot. Let's switch over to use AI to generate thumbnail, and let's provide a text that would suit our first podcast. So let's something like thumbnail for my first podcast, including a microphone, and click generate. Oh, right now it points me to my validation here, saying that we need to have a title first. Okay, I'll say my first podcast. And let's check it once again. We have this generate button right here. Oh, there we go. Thumbnail generated successfully. It was actually taking some time, and it looks like I clicked it a few times and it generated a couple. I very much like that red one, but this second one is also amazing. I mean, I can open it up in a new tab, and would you look at that? It even says first episode, and they have gotten so much better with writing text out. It actually says it the right way. Well, this thing at the bottom is wrong, but the top is okay, and the microphone is amazing. Even the shadows are spot on, and the colors. And I would very much love to submit it right now, because everything works. We can generate audio, we can generate images, but we haven't yet implemented the CRUD functionality that would actually save this over to Convex database. But let's take a moment right now to fully understand what we have done so far. We have this page, which is basically the form for creating a new podcast. There, we had two very important functionalities: a generate podcast, which takes in a text prompt, as well as the type of voice, and uses OpenAI API, specifically text-to-speech, to generate an audio recording of that voice. Then we store that as a file within our storage within Convex. Then for the second one, we also use OpenAI API This time, image generation to generate a thumbnail based on a text prompt, or we can also just manually upload an image. Both of these use an external AI service, but it feels almost like it is coming from our own application. Because if you go here, we just have a single function that says handle generate thumbnail. That's it. All of the other logic is right here with an api.openai.generate thumbnail action right here within Convex. It makes it so simple. Actually, I want to show it to you in action. If you go to Convex and go to data, you'll see that we have our one user and we don't have any other podcasts because we haven't created the functionality to create them yet. We also have tasks, but that is just demo data, so we can just delete this table altogether. But where the magic happens for now is within files. As you can see, we have 5 different files, 4 images, and 1 audio. You can delete them, check out their file type, size, and the ID, or download them. So if I go ahead and download this image right here, you can see this is our JSM logo. What about this one? Oh, this is that podcast thing. Oh, and I don't have to even download it. I hover over it and I can see the actual file. This is so cool. And here is the audio that was generated before. But now we want to be able to see those not just right here and not within the create form, but rather on the homepage. And for that, we have to create our first podcast. So let's close this OpenAI, close the generate thumbnail, and let's complete the real submit button. This one under the create podcast page. If we scroll to the top of our form right here, you can see that we're calling the onSubmit function right here. And here, you can define what happens with all of the values which we have collected so far. So let's open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can just do a console.log and say something like error, as well as do a toast. So you know the drill. Right here at the top, we can say const destructure the toast is equal to use toast, which we have to import from components UI use toast. And now here we can just say toast, open it up, and give it a title, description, title, and a variant of destructive. We can also set is submitting back to false if it failed. Now in the try, we can start by set is submitting to true because we're trying to submit a form. And we have to check whether we have all the necessary values, files, and everything. We can do that by saying if there is no audio URL, or if there's no image URL, or if the voice type hasn't been selected, then throw a new error, please generate audio and image, and also before it, let's do a toast with a title of please generate audio and image. And we can also set is submitting to false right here because we are stopped in our tracks and we have to start again. If we do have all of those things though, we are ready to await and create a podcast. So this is a new function which we have to create. For now, I will comment it out. And to create it, I think you can kind of get the idea. We have to go to Convex, podcasts, and then create a new mutation. The mutation in this case will be export const create podcast equal to mutation, where we get all of the different arguments that we need to generate a podcast. And as we have learned before, a handler function, which is an asynchronous function that gets access to the context and the arguments which we pass in. First things first, we have to know who is creating the podcast. So we need to get access to the identity of the user. So we can say const identity is equal to await context ctx dot auth dot get user identity. If there is no identity, we can throw a new. There's also a special convex error, which we have to import from convex values. That looks something like this. And then if we do have an identity, we can fetch that user from the database by saying const user is equal to await context.db dot query users. So here we can choose from which table are we querying. Then we want to filter out the data we're getting back using a special querying function. And we want to check if query.equals query.field of email. And we want to match that with identity that email. So only if the email matches the identity that email, then collect that record. Next, we can check if we have something by seeing if user.length is equal to 0, then something is wrong. So we can throw a new convex error, user not found. But if we have the user right here, that means that we have everything needed to create a new podcast. So we can say const podcast is equal to await context.database or db.insert into the podcasts table, insert the following object. And here we have to pass all of the data regarding this podcast. And how do we get the data in this function at all? Well, we get it through the arguments which we can pass. So let's first figure out how we can call this create podcast on our page. We have already done that a couple of times. The only thing you have to do is say const create podcast is equal to use mutation from Convex React, and to it, you pass the path to it, api.podcasts.create podcast, which is the function we have just created. And don't forget to import the API from Convex generated API. Once again, you have to have your Convex running for it to be able to understand that you have added this new function. And now we can call this create podcast right here. So await create podcast, and to it, we can pass an object of all of the arguments. So now we have to nicely specify all of the data we want to pass to it, such as the podcast title equal to values.podcast title. Or in this case, we can rename this to data. It makes a bit more sense. So data.podcast title. Next, we have the podcast description equal to data.podcast description. We have the audio URL and the image URL, which are already defined at the top right here. We know we have them because we have checked for them. We have the voice type as well, the image prompt and the voice prompt used to generate that podcast. We are going to define views to be equal to 0, or rather, should we say listens. And then the audio duration, we also already have the access to. We also need to pass the IDs of the audio and image storage by saying audio storage ID is set to audio storage ID, and image storage ID is set to image storage ID. So now we have collected all of the data we have gathered, and we're passing it all right here to create podcast. It's complaining about a couple of things. First of all, this needs to be an async function since we're using await. Second of all, we have to define all of these props within the arguments of this mutation. So let's copy all of these fields by holding the Windows key, or I believe it's Option on Mac, and then copy it, and then paste it right here within the arguments section, and make sure to add commas at the end of each one of these lines. And now we have to define the type for each one. And all of the types in Convex start with v.something. Most will be v.string, so I will automatically make all of them v.string. So let's see, what do we have? Title, surely a string. Description, string as well. Audio URL, string. Image URL, string. Voice type can also be a string. Image prompt, string. Voice prompt, string as well. Views will be a number. Audio duration will be a number as well. And then the audio and image storage ID will actually be a v.id, specifically from a table of underscore storage, their storage IDs. So now we know exactly which properties are we accepting. And let's see if we're passing them properly. We are. It's not complaining, which is great. For example, if you don't pass one, it will already complain that it's missing something, audio storage ID. So this is very nicely done on the TypeScript side of things. And now we can properly pass all of these right here to create our podcast. We can do that by spreading all of the arguments and then attaching additional user-related information by saying user is equal to user0 dot underscore ID. Author is equal to user0 dot name. Author ID is equal to user0 dot clerk ID. And author image URL is equal to user0 dot image URL. And now we have everything we need to create a podcast. Like, even if you miss just one, it will already complain that you're missing the author image URL. So once again, type safety side of things, very nicely done. And now we have a podcast, and the only thing we need to do is return it to our front end. And with that said, our create podcast mutation is done. So let's go back here. We're calling the create podcast, which will return a new record in the database, which is the generated podcast. And after that, we can just do a toast in both senses of the word, saying something like podcast created. And we can also set is submitting to false as we're done submitting it. And then we'll navigate to the home page by defining our router at the top by saying const router is equal to use router. And we can import that from next navigation, not next router, be careful. Then right here, we can say router.push, and we're going to simply push to /, which is the home route. This was a lot, but I hope that you understand how everything is working together right now. We're collecting all of these properties, audio URL, storage URL, voice types, everything that are two complex components. Generate thumbnail and generate podcast prepare for us. We're accepting all of those values in the onSubmit function and passing them into the create podcast mutation, which will create a new record in the database. So let's give it a shot. Let's choose a title for our new podcast. I'll name it something like My First Podcast. Let's choose an AI voice. Let's go with something like Onyx.
Hello, I'm Onyx.
Sounds very serious. Here we can choose the description of our podcast. I'm going to say something like, this is my first podcast. And now we have to choose the actual podcast content. So I'll say, since this is my first podcast, I don't know what to say. So it'll be a short one. And now we can generate this audio using the Onyx voice. So let's say generate. It is generating. We might need to fix this alert.
Since this is my first podcast, I don't know what to say. So it'll be a short one.
Okay, there we go. It autoplayed it for us.
Since this is my first podcast,
it sounds amazing. I mean, the audio quality is great, and the voice just sounds so natural. It's crazy what OpenAI has done.
I don't know what to say. So it'll be a short one.
So in this case, let's use AI to generate a thumbnail to test that functionality as well. And I'll say something like, generate a thumbnail for my first podcast. Include a microphone or something. And I'll say generate. Again, we might need to fix this alert, but I do think that it is generating. Or maybe that was an error alert. So let's see if we have some warnings or errors. Oh no, there we go. Now it says generating. So I think we're good. What about in the console? No errors here. Oh, it took some time, but it says thumbnail generated successfully. Debut. Okay, that's okay. Very nicely done, AI. And now let's click submit and publish podcast. It took less than a second. It says podcast created. And the only thing to figure out if it actually worked is to try to fetch it on our homepage by replacing these demo podcasts. But even before we do that, we can technically know if it worked by going to our Convex dashboard, going to data, and you can see our first podcast right here. That is great. So let's quickly navigate back to the homepage after a long time not being there. That'll be under root page. And here we're mapping over this fake podcast data, but now we want to fetch real podcasts. So first of all, let's remove this div right here. There we go. That's good. And let's do a query to fetch all of our existing podcasts. It'll be as simple as going to Convex, podcasts, and creating a new query. Export const get trending podcasts, which is equal to not a mutation, but this time rather a query from generated server, which doesn't have arguments. Rather, it just has a handler function, which is an async function that has access to the context that allows us to say const podcasts is equal to await context.db.query the table of podcasts and collect all the results. Finally, return podcasts and save. And now if we go back to the page, it is pretty simple. We just use a query of api.podcasts. This is nice naming. We could have just said get, but in our case, it will be get trending podcasts. We can call it trending podcasts. And instead of podcast data, which is fake, we can use trending podcasts and remove this fake podcast data. And we might need to do just a couple of tweaks. First of all, add a question mark in case it doesn't exist yet. And then we have to ensure that all of these properties actually do exist on the podcast. It will no longer be an ID, it will be an underscore ID. So let's fix this. It will no longer be img URL. We called it image URL. So let's fix that. It will no longer be title and description. Rather, it will be a podcast title. That's how we called it. And a podcast description. So we can now fix that as well. And if we save it and go back, we can see our first trending podcast. My first podcast, this is my first podcast. It works flawlessly. This means that we have successfully went through a long process that included creating a lot of third-party functionalities with OpenAI API services to generate a podcast audio, thumbnail, and then we used Convex to hook it all together and create a new record in the database, and now we're also querying it. This is great. I mean, so far, Convex has been very intuitive for me. If it's still not for you, don't worry, we'll go through their queries and mutations many more times as we continue developing this project, so it will all start making sense. Great. What are we gonna do next? The next thing I would do is maybe implement the podcast details page. That is a page that looks something like this, where we can extract all the information about that podcast we're currently listening to. Oh, and when it comes to listening, we don't yet have the possibility to play that audio. So that's something that we might want to implement soon, which would be the actual podcast player right here at the bottom. But before we do that, let's just implement the podcast details page. So to do that, I can collapse this view right here and go into the podcast card. Here, we can modify some of the props by specifying the type to be podcast card props, and we can now navigate over to that podcast details page. We can do that by creating a new function, const handle views, which will allow somebody to move over to the podcast details page, but at the same time, it will increase the number of views for that podcast. We really should have said listens, but that's okay for now. So here, I'll create a function to increase views, and we will use the router functionality by saying const router is equal to use router, which we can import from Next navigation, and we can say router.push. It will be a dynamic property of /podcasts/ and then podcast ID. We also want to pass the options object saying scroll is true, which will scroll to the top of the page. And we can use this handle views function right here if we give this div an on click, handle views. So now if we go back and if I reload the page, we can also make this a class name of cursor pointer like this, which will make it seem like it is clickable, as you can see. And now if I click on it, you can see that we navigate over to podcast and then the ID of that podcast. So that means that we can now create a new page right here under pages, root, podcast, and then we have this podcast ID page right here. And here I said podcasts. So we might need to rename this folder over to podcasts. And then we have the podcast ID right there, which now allows us to see the podcast details for that specific podcast. So let's go ahead and implement it by creating a new section and giving it a class name equal to flex w-full and flex-call. And we can also give it a typical header with a class name equal to margin top of 9, flex, items-center, and justify dash between. And within it, we can render an h1 that will say currently playing. And we can give it a class name equal to text-20, font-bold, and text-white. And now we should be able to see a text that says currently playing. Let's put this over to the side a bit. And it is here, but I should have added text-white-1 to be able to see it. Great. Below it, we can add a new figure that will have a class name equal to flex and a gap of 3. And right within it, we can render a new Next.js image, which we can import from Next image. And we can give it a source equal to /icons/headphone.svg with a width of about 24, a height of 24 as well, and an alt tag of headphone. There we go. So here we can display how many listens did this podcast have by rendering an h2 with a class name equal to text-16, font-bold, and text-white-1. And we can just render podcast ? Views. But the question is, how can we get access to all the information about this specific podcast? So before I do that, I will comment this out and let me teach you how simple it is to get a specific podcast using Convex's queries. We can start by navigating over to podcasts within Convex, and we'll need to create a new query. In this case, a query will be called getPodcastById. And I think we can start by just duplicating over the previous query, as they all follow the same structure, and we can call it getPodcastById. Now, the get trending podcasts didn't have any arguments because it was just a simple query that fetches everything. But here, we can get access to the arguments, specifically the podcast ID that we want to get access to, which is of a type v.id, and we're looking for an ID that is within the podcasts table. Once we do that, the only thing we need to do is say return await context.db.get, and then we can get it by saying args.podcastid. args.podcastid. And of course, args are coming from here as the second parameter. And that is it. This is the only thing you have to do to get a specific resource. So now that we have this get podcast by ID, what do we have to do to access that function? Well, we need to say const podcast is equal to use query API coming from Convex generated API dot podcasts dot get podcast by ID, and we pass args, which will be the podcast ID, which we have access to within params dot podcast ID. We can even destructure it right here at the top, podcast ID, which will make it even simpler. There we go. And we have to import use query from Convex React. Oh, and it's saying that podcast ID is not of a type string. Rather, it will be an ID coming from Convex generated data model and the ID in the podcasts array. There we go. So now we're getting the podcast, and we'll need to make this page a use client because we're using hooks within it. And we can now just uncomment this podcast.views, and you can see it is getting 0 right here, which means that we're successfully fetching all the podcast data. Of course, the listens are not the only things we have. There are so many more important things that we can show, such as this card right here that has a thumbnail, title, author, and then even some controls that allow us to play that podcast. For now, we can create a new component within which we will show all of those details. So that's under components, podcast detail player.tsx, run rafce, and then simply import it right here, podcast detail player. That's good. You will just get a piece of black text, and we can get back to it later on. But for now, we can just render a p tag below, within which we can render a podcast.description. Of course, let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-white-2. Let's also give it a text of 16, padding bottom of 8, padding top of 45 pixels, font-medium, on Max MD devices, text-center. So this will be mobile and similar. There we go. This is my first podcast. And here, let me just make this in a class name of text-xl, text-white-1, just so you can see that here the podcast detail player card will go. Great. So now we can go down and we can show the prompts we use to generate the podcast. That's the beauty of our AI app, right? That we used something to generate it. So let's create a div that will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a gap of 8. And within it, we can render an additional div that will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a gap of 4. And we can put an h1 there that will render the text of transcription that we use to generate the podcast. And below it, we can render a p tag that will render the voice prompt we used to generate it. So podcast voice prompt. Of course, let's style both of these by giving this h1 a class name equal to text-18, font-bold, text-white-1. And let's also style the p tag by giving it a class name equal to text-16, font-medium, and text-white-2. There we go. So this is the transcription that we used. This one is pretty short one, but longer ones will do just fine as well. We can now duplicate this div and also show what did we use to generate the image. We can do that by saying thumbnail prompt, and then here we can render podcast.image prompt we used to generate it. So you can see for the thumbnail, let me spell that properly, thumbnail. Generate a thumbnail for my first podcast, include a microphone or something. Great. As I said, these are short, but typically they would be much longer. And now, below that, we want to show all similar related podcasts. And to do that, we can exit this div as well, and create a new section right here that will have a class name of margin top of 8, flex dash column, and a gap of 5. And we can render an H1 that will say similar podcasts with a class name equal to text dash 20, font dash bold, and text dash white dash 1. That's good. And now we'll have to fetch some similar podcasts. You can use any kind of criteria to figure out which podcasts are similar. You can even go a step further and give them categories, or even use AI to analyze their topics. Whatever you do, we'll have to implement that logic right here within podcasts.ts. And there will be a few more of these functions which we can create to better query and mutate our podcasts. We have created the toughest one, which is the create podcast. Now, all of them will follow the similar structure and be much simpler. So for that reason, you can find the complete podcasts.ts file in the README of this project. Copy it and paste it right here. As soon as you do that, we can together review all of the functions that are there, such as update podcast views, get podcast by search, get podcast by author ID, get trending podcasts, get podcast by ID, and all of the other ones which we have already created. There we go. Get URL, create podcast, and more. I also added the comments that explain what each one of these does. Right now, we want to understand how similar podcasts work. So let's go to get podcast by voice type. Here it is. It will return all podcasts based on the same voice type, which we will show in the similar podcast section. This is the criteria that I chose to filter it by. Simply saying get me all podcasts and filter the ones that have the same voice type as the existing podcast we're currently looking at. Of course, you can play with that a bit more and modify the query to maybe include some keywords or categories, or include the same author. That might be a very good one as well. So play with that if you want to change it. This is how it works. And now to be able to use it within our code, we just need to create a new query, which we can do by saying const similar podcasts is equal to use query api.podcasts.get podcast by voice type. And then to it, we have to pass the podcast ID. So we can simply say podcast ID. Now, if there are no similar podcasts, or if there is no podcast details, that must mean that we're still loading. So we can return a loader spinner like this. And this is a custom component which we can create by going to components and creating a loader spinner.tsx, run RAFCE. You can wrap it in a div, give it a class name of flex-center, h-screen for full height, and w-full for full width. And within it, render a loader coming from Lucid React with a class name of animate-spin, text-orange-1, and outside of the class name, size of 30. And now we can just import that loader spinner right here. So now if you reload the page, you can notice this nice looking spinner loader while the content is loading. And now let's display similar podcasts right here at the bottom by going here and checking if similar podcasts exist and if similar podcast dot length is greater than 0. In that case, we can return something, else we can return something else, such as an empty React fragment for now that will say empty. And here we can return a div that will map over all of our podcast cards. And that's actually something we have done already. If you remember, we have done it in the homepage, trendingpodcast.map. So let's actually copy this entire div we're mapping over it, and let's just paste it right here. We have a div of podcast grid. Instead of trending podcasts, it will be similar podcasts.map, where we map over the podcast card and then pass over all of the necessary props. If we save it, right now you will just see a state that says empty at the bottom, because this current podcast that we're currently looking at is the only podcast that we have access to. There's no more. So let's also style this empty state right here by creating a new component called empty state.tsx, where you can run RAFCE, and let's use it right here by rendering an empty state. It will be a self-closing component, and to it we can pass a couple of props, such as a title equal to no similar podcasts found, a button link, so where we're gonna go, we can go to /discover if there's no similar, and a button text that's gonna say discover more podcasts. So now if we go into that empty state, we can accept those props by destructuring them at the top. Title, we might get search later on as well, button link, and button text. And all of these will be of a type empty state props. Now we can turn this into a section that will have a class name equal to flex-center, size-full, flex-column, and a gap of 3 between the elements. Within it, we can render an image coming from next image that will have a source equal to /icons /empty state.svg with a width of 250, a height of 250, and an alt of empty state. If we save it and properly close this section at the bottom, you can see this magnifying glass icon. Let's also create a div right below it where we can give some more information. So we can render a div with a class name equal to flex-center, w-full, max-w-254 pixels. I found this value to work the best. Flex-col, and a gap of 3. And within it, we can render an h1 that will render a piece of text, in this case our title, with a class name equal to text-16, text-center, font-medium, and text-white-1. So now we can see no similar podcasts found. And we could stop here. This is already a pretty good message. But let's make our app even better. It is possible that we're seeing this no similar podcasts found on search page. So let's say if we are on search, then we can also add an additional p tag saying try adjusting your search to find what you're looking for. We can also style it by giving it a class name equal to text-16, text-center, font-medium, and text-white-2. It will not show here because we're not on search at the moment. Going below that, if we have a button link, we can render a button that allows the user to go somewhere else in case they don't have anything to see here. So let's render a button coming from UI button. It will have a class name equal to bg orange 1. We can see it right here. Within it, we can render a link component, which we can import from next link. Give it an href pointing to wherever the button link points to. Give it a class name equal to gap of 1, and render an image right within it with a source equal to /icons /discover.svg, a width of about 20, a height of 20, and an alt tag of discover. Okay, and we can also render an h1 right below the image. That will render the button text. Of course, let's style it by giving it a class name equal to text16, font dash extra bold, text white 1. And of course, we'll have to further style this button, or rather the link, by giving it a flex property, which will make it show one next to another. Also, this div within which our h1 and the button are, it looks like I missed a space right here after the max W254, so it didn't apply the flex call. This is now looking better. So this is the view we're seeing right now because we don't have any other podcasts, and that's totally fine. Once we create them, we'll be able to see more similar podcasts. And if we click discover, it leads us to discover more podcasts, which is also empty right now as we haven't implemented it. But now let's focus on the podcast detail player. It includes this thumbnail, the title, author, and then maybe even some player controls. And it will also include the edit and delete buttons in case we are the creator of the podcast. So how do we figure out if we are a creator? Well, it is pretty simple. We go right here to the top of this details page and say something like const is owner, and that's equal to user?.id is equal to podcast.author ID. And where do we get the user from? Well, Clerk makes that easy. We can simply say const destructure the user is equal to use user from Clerk Next.js. And now, not onward, we have the is owner. And we can pass that is owner property over to our podcast player. That way, we'll be able to properly show or hide the edit and delete functionalities. So let's say is owner is equal to is owner. We also need to pass all of the other properties that we have within our podcast details. And we can do that by simply destructuring the podcast values. And one property that we'll have to change is the podcast ID equal to podcast._ID, like this. And now we can accept all of these properties under podcast detail player. As a matter of fact, this entire component is just a lot of JSX to present this view. And although I want to teach you how to properly create layouts, I think we've had plenty of chances to do that so far in the video. So I just want to provide you with the code for this podcast detail player component. You can get access to it by going to the README down below, copying it, and then pasting it right here. Once you do that and go back, you will see a big red error, and that is intentional. So although I wanted you to have everything from here, the only thing that's not yet working is the use audio provider, the thing that allows us to play the audio. For that, I want to teach you how we can start setting it up together. So let's just comment out this use audio, and then we can comment out the set audio within handle play. We will approach that together. Also, I noticed this loader spinner can be imported from loader spinner. And since we're trying to render our own profile name here, you'll notice another error, which is that we need to add the imageclerk.com to our configured image providers. We have done that already. You can just head over to next.config.mjs and add a new hostname, which will be img.clerk.com. When you do that and reload the page, you'll be able to see my first podcast with everything else we have implemented alongside this very simple but effective card that shows you the thumbnail, the title, the author, and in the future, it will allow you to play the podcast as well. And you have the delete functionality as well. So let's quickly dissect it since I just gave it to you to copy it. The handle delete functionality is super simple. We just call the delete podcast mutation coming from API podcasts, delete podcast. And check this out. The only thing you have to do is get the podcast you want to delete and then delete the podcast as well as its corresponding image and audio stored with it. That way we can truly clear all the data regarding that podcast. Then you call that function, delete podcast. Later on, we'll bring this play audio back, and then you just show some JSX to actually render the image, deletion, and everything else. Pretty simple stuff, especially for you if you came this far into the video. And trust me, this looks even better on desktop. So if I pull it up right here, we can now actually move between different pages. We have the create podcast, we have the home where you can go to the podcast details with very nice loadings appearing here. Soon enough, you'll be able to play the podcast and see similar podcasts as soon as we create more. But for now, this right side of the screen is looking a bit empty to me. So what do you say that we implement this right side, allowing us to see our current user, maybe even go to our user profile, and then also see a scrolling carousel of some other podcasts, as well as the top podcasters available on the platform. Let's focus on that right sidebar next. And we won't be able to collapse the view a lot because when you do collapse it, it disappears. So we'll have to keep it right here. And we can navigate over to right sidebar. Great. To get started creating it, we first have to figure out whether our users are signed in or not. And for that, we can use this handy signed in function coming from Clerk Next.js. If the user is signed in, then the code below will appear. Let's see if that works. I'll also try to fetch the logged in user by saying const user is equal to use user from Clerk Next.js. And within it, I will try to display an h1 that will render a user first name. And if I do that, I'll also have to add the use client at the top since we're using a hook. And you can see Adrian, which means that we are successfully logged in and this user contains information about the currently logged in user. So instead of just doing h1, let's actually have a link to make it clickable so we can go to our own profile details page. Let's import this link from next link with an href pointing to a dynamic string of /profile /user .id. So we want to go to the profile details page, and there we can render Clerk's user button from Clerk Next.js, and we can save it. Next up, below this user button, we can show a div with a class name equal to flex, w-full, items-center, and justify-between, and then there we can display our h1 user. And we can also add the user last name right here, as Clerk has access to that as well. There we go. We can style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-16, truncate if it's too long, font-semi-bold, and text-white-1. Let's also make it appear next to the profile photo by giving this link a class name equal to flex. This will automatically make it go to the right, a gap of 3, and padding bottom of 12. Next to this h1, let's render a Next.js image that has a source equal to /icons /right-arrow.svg, an alt tag of arrow, a width of 24, and height of 24. This will signify that we can click here to go to the profile page, or click on the profile photo here to get info about the Clerk user account. Next, let's go below the signed in section, and let's create something that everyone will see. So it'll be a new section, which will include a header component. So we'll have to create that soon. So that'll be a custom component, as well as a carousel component like this. Let's create them by going to components and creating a new carousel.tsx where we can run rafce, as well as header.tsx, where we can also run RAFCE. So now we can just import those two, and that will be good. There we go, header and carousel. And we can easily implement something with a header. It'll be a very straightforward component to which we can pass a header title equal to fans like you. And now we can accept that prop within our header. That will look something like this. Header, title. And also we can pass some additional title class names if needed. That's of a type header title, which is optional, of a type string, as well as title class name, which will also be optional, of a type string. And what do we return? Well, we can return a header component with a class name equal to flex items-center justify-between, and we can render a header title only if it exists though. So that will be an h1 where we can render the header title, and else we will render just a self-closing div. That's because we're using justify between here. So if we have nothing, we still want this to take one space to push our link to the right side if we don't have it. So we can have a link right below, and this link will say see all with an href pointing to the discovery page and a class name equal to text-16 font-semi-bold text-orange-1. And of course, I started adding the classes without importing the link component first. So let's get it from next link. There we go. You can see it on the right side. Now let's style this header title by giving it a class name equal to text-18 font-bold and text-white-1. That's good. But sometimes we'd also like to pass additional class names, so we can make use of this cn from libutils, make all of these the default class names, but then we can also sometimes render additional title class names, which would look something like this. So we have a header for fans like you pointing to discovery page, or should it be discover? Yeah, I think it should be discover. So let's change it to discover. Okay, that's good. And now we can go back to the right sidebar and we can focus on implementing the carousel. We'll have to first pass the information about the best artist to the carousel, or at least the data of the podcast we want to switch between. So to do that, we can just query them at the top by saying const top podcasters is equal to use query coming from Convex React, to which we pass the API coming from Convex generated API dot users dot get top users by podcast count. We have created this before. It basically gets all of the users, then goes through those users and checks out their podcasts and sees which users have created the most podcasts. And then it returns those podcasts. So now we can pass this right here and call it fans like detail, which will be equal to top podcasters. So let's go ahead and implement this carousel. For the carousel, we'll use this great lightweight carousel library called Embla Carousel. So it's embla-carousel.com. So just go to generator and choose React plus TypeScript. Choose horizontal, left to right, loop, dot navigation, and autoplay under plugins. This will generate the full code for us. So let's click Create Sandbox. This is a very cool way to provide a generator. It just creates a new code sandbox with all of the options you have selected, and you have a functional carousel. So let's copy it by going over to emblacarousel.tsx, copy the entire file, go back to the code, and paste it over our existing carousel component. you'll notice that we have to install a couple of packages. So that'll be Embla Carousel, as well as Embla Carousel Autoplay and Embla Carousel React. So let's do just that. I will put this to the side and run npm install Embla Carousel, Embla -carousel -autoplay, and Embla -carousel -react, and install all three of these packages. It looks like I misspelled some of them. Oh yeah, I misspelled the main one. I am missing an L right here. So let me fix that. We're good. And these squiggly lines should be removed. That's good. And when it comes to those Embla Carousel buttons, we can get them right here. That's another component. So let's copy it and let's create a new component called Embla Carousel button.tsx and paste it right here. Okay, so now that we have it, you don't necessarily have to look into this code. It was created for us by Embla library, and we should be able to import it. Let's see why is it not doing so. /Embla carousel button. That is great. And these last two are just TypeScript errors. So what we have to do is in this if statement, say if no autoplay or no stop on interaction in autoplay.options. Then we return. This will let TypeScript know that this is okay. And here we'll have to provide some additional options for TypeScript. So autoplay reset and autoplay stop as a function that returns nothing, void. So it knows we can call it like this. Now, let's see how this carousel looks like within our sidebar. If we go back, it says that it cannot go over slides.map. Let's see where that is. Slides.map. We'll have to replace these numbers with the actual podcasts. So let's do that next. Let's scroll to the top of this component, and here we have the slides and options. We don't necessarily need that. From the props, we need to get access to fans like detail of a type carousel props. And you can remove this thing right here. I think we should be good. Yep. Next, we'll get access to the router, as we'll have to navigate to other podcasts. So we can say const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. We have this Embla ref, and here we can just create a new options object and say loop is set to true. And that allows us to remove these prop types at the top. Next, the nav button click is good. And then we have this selected index, scroll snaps, and on dot button click, to which we pass the Embla API, and on nav button click. That is good. But now we have to figure out what we show for each one of these slides. And we can do that by filtering out the podcasts we pass in by saying slides is equal to if fans like detail exists. And then we can say fans like details (filter), and we filter out every single one where the item .total podcasts is greater than 0. So we only want to get creators that have created at least a single podcast. We can use item of any for now. I think that should be good. And now we're mapping over these slides right here. Let's see if we spelled it properly. Oh, it should be just detail right here. So let's just remove the S from here, and from here. Save it. Reload the page. And it still says cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So let's console log and see what we're getting back right here. Console log slides. And I will inspect the element, go to console and reload the page. And we're getting back undefined. Okay, good to know. So let's see how we're passing it. Top podcasters right here, coming from the query get top user by podcast count. It is possible that we don't yet have any other users. So now might be a good chance to create a second podcast. So for the time being, I will comment out the carousel and I'll need to log out. Right now, it looks like there's no possibility to log out, but on the design, there should be a sign in and sign out button at the bottom of the left sidebar. So let's implement it by going to left sidebar, and then below this nav, we can only show this if we're signed out coming from Clerk, and we'll show a div with a class name equal to flex-center, w-full, padding bottom of 14, on max large devices, padding x of 4, and on large devices, padding right of 8. Within it, we can display a button component coming from UI button, which will render a link with an href of /sign-in, and it will say sign in. If I save this and go back, you can see sign in, but let's make that look more like a button by giving this button a class name equal to text-16, w-full, bg orange of 1, and font-extra bold. If we do that, you can see a nice sign in button appear. We can also give this button as child because it is a child of a div right here. And we can duplicate this entire signed out below and call it signed in. Because if we're signed in, we want to create a new button that will say log out. And it doesn't have to be a link. Rather, it can just be a button that has an on-click functionality. On click, it calls a callback function, sign out. And this sign out function will come from Clerk. So we can say const destructure sign out from use Clerk, coming from Clerk Next.js. And the way it works is you can call it and then provide a callback function within it where you can do something else, like call a router dot push back to /, which is the home page. So now if I save this, you can see sign in, even though it should say log out. That's interesting. So if we're signed in, then I want to see log out, but in this case, it's showing me sign in. That's a bit weird. Let me try to click sign in. Okay, it does lead me to here, and I'll try to sign in with a different account this time. Okay, I use my JavaScript mastery account. Everything still looks good, but for some reason, there's nothing at the bottom left. That's interesting. That could be because we're not properly closing our nav. Let's see. Our nav starts here and it ends here. Why is it complaining? Cannot find nav. Let me reopen the file. Oh, now it says it's good. But still, it cannot find the user. Oh, we might need to remove this as child in this case. And now we have it. Okay, that's good. So we only need it for the sign in, as a link is within a button. But with logout, it's much simpler. It is just a button. So that's great. Now let's try to create another podcast. Let's call it JSM Masterclass Experience. This can be the podcast talking about how we help people succeed with our daily one-on-one mentoring. For example, we could put interviews with all of these great people that have had great success with the program. So let me do that. I will simulate an interview here with Christian by putting it right here. JSM Masterclass Experience, interview with Christian. We can select an AI voice. Let's go with this one.
Hello, I am Alloy.
And the description can be copied from here. And at the same time, that can also be the prompt to generate the podcast. So let's click generate. Oh, we really have to fix this toast. I think the toast we have to fix is this one with a variant of destructive. So let's see, border red 500, BG red 500, text slate 50. Let's remove this group and border destructive, BG destructive as well, and this as well. And on dark mode, we can give it a border red on 900, dark BG red of 900 as well. And I believe that should fix it. And then here, we can also change BG orange 1 text white 1. I think this should be good. Okay, now that we have the audio, let's also upload a custom image. This time, I will just use my logo to see if that works. And it does. And let's go ahead and submit and publish. That was quick. Now, if we go back to the right sidebar and uncomment this part right here, we actually get something. Object, object. Although that's not good, no longer we have an error because now we have actual data to show here. So let's go into the carousel, and instead of just mapping over it like they are doing, we can actually completely customize the way that this carousel looks like. So let's do just that by removing this entire top div and instead providing a class name of flex, w-full, flex-col, and a gap of 4 with an overflow of hidden with a ref equal to embla ref to know that this is the actual carousel. Next, we can have a div class name equal to flex, and within it, we can map over our slides by saying slides.slice. We only want to get the first 5 .map where we get each individual item or podcast. And for each one, we can return a figure. We typically use this HTML5 component or element when we want to display a card-like structure. So this figure will have a key equal to item._id, a class name equal to carousel_box, and on click, we want to have a callback function where we call the router.push, and we want to push to a dynamic template string of /podcasts /item.podcast 0 $podcast ID. And I actually think I misspelled this somewhere, so it thinks I have a podcast ID like this. Quickly opening the search bar here and searching for podcast ID, we can see 3 references. This one right here under users, which we can fix, get podcast ID. Also here, podcast ID. And finally, this one right here, podcast ID. I think this should be good. Now within it, we can render the image of that podcast by importing next image, giving it a source equal to item.imageURL, alt tag of card, property of fill to fill its full space, class name equal to absolute, size-full, rounded-XL, and border-none. Let's save it. And that's good. We already see something. Below it, let's also display additional podcast details. So let's go below the image with a div that will contain an h2 that will render the item.podcast 0 $podcast title. And below it, we can also have a p tag that will render not the podcast title, but rather just the item.name, which is the name of the author. Let's style them a bit by giving this h2 a class name of text14, font-semi-bold, and text-white-1. Below it, we can also have a class name equal to text-12, font-normal, and text-white-2. This currently breaks because it cannot read property slice of undefined. And you might have gotten this error even before. I'm not sure for what reason it only broke for me right now. But apparently, it cannot access the slides. That's coming from fans like detail, which is then coming from a page before. So that's going to be the right sidebar to which we pass the top podcasters. So it is possible that it's trying to load them first. So we can say if there no slides, we can return a loader spinner coming from loader spinner and then show it. Okay, so now you can see that it actually took some time, but once it loaded it, we're nicely showing it right here. Great. Now, let's see why the text is not showing up. Let's style this div that's wrapping both of these two pieces of text. Let's give it a class name equal to glass morphism black relative z of 10 flex dash col rounded dash b dash xl for the bottom roundness and a padding of 4. And now we can see that this looks much nicer, more like a carousel. Now let's work on the dots that allow us to scroll by going below this dynamic block and below this div, and then just rendering a single div. So we can remove this double one, remove it right here. And we're going to change the class name to flex justify dash center and a gap of 2. And here we can say scroll snaps dot map, where we show a dot button, but we're just going to tiny modify the class names. But we're going to remove all of the class names. And instead, we're going to say selected if index is equal to selected index. We can now pass that into the dot button, go into it, and accept a property of selected, which is a Boolean. So we can destructure the props by saying selected and on click. Of course, we have to define to say that we're getting these props. So let's define the type dot button props. We can simplify this by making it selected of Boolean and on click, which is a function that returns nothing, void. So we can define the props here, and now we can modify the design of this button by passing it the on click equal to on click and passing a class name property equal to cn to do it dynamically. And now we can style it by giving it a size of 2.5, bg of white 3. Oh, and looks like something breaks here. Props is not defined. Oh, we no longer need any props or any destructuring right here. So we can just remove all of this and make the button a self-closing component. We don't need the rest props either. There we go. That's good. You can see 2 different dots at the bottom. Let's continue. Cursor dash pointer, transition dash all, duration of 500, and rounded dash full. And then outside of this, we need to know whether it has been selected. So bg white 1 if selected is true. And it looks like I put a comma here. Rather, it should have been within this parenthesis. So now we can see 2 of these and we can switch between them, or we can just dynamically scroll like this. Great. Oh, and the reason why you're seeing 2 different JSM logos here and not my first podcast and then JSM Masterclass, that's because here we're showing you the profile photo of the user. And I logged in with both of my accounts that have the same user profile photo. So that's the reason why you can see this. For you, it is most likely different. This is it. The carousel has now been implemented. And as new users add more podcasts, their profile photos will be appearing right here. You'll be able to scroll through them. And I think it even works automatically. Like after some time, it should automatically switch to a second podcast. There we go. So this is a very lightweight carousel and I liked using it. So now you know. With that said, we can go back to the right sidebar and we can implement the bottom part of the sidebar. That'll be a part that shows you the top podcasters and the number of podcasts they have created. So to do it, let's create another section below this section with a class name equal to flex dash col, gap of 8, and the padding top of 12. Here, we can render another header by duplicating this one and just renaming it to something like top podcasters. That's good. Next, we can render a div that will have a class name equal to flex dash col, gap of 6, and within it, we can display all of the top podcasters. Now, how can we fetch them? Well, we already have, because we have used the same data for the carousel. So we can simply map over them by saying top podcasters !slice. We only want to get the first 5, so from 0 to 4, dot map, where we get each individual podcaster, and for each one, we return a div. This div will have a key, since we're mapping over it, of podcaster dot $ID, a class name of flex, cursor dash pointer to make it clickable, and justify dash between. And on click, we want to be able to navigate to that profile details page by saying callback function, and here we can use the router. So right at the top, we can say const router is equal to use router, importing it from next navigation, and then we can say something like router dot push /profile / and then dynamically podcaster dot clerk ID to point to that user's profile details page. Within it, we can create another figure, which is basically a card, with a class name equal to flex, items dash center, and a gap of 2, and we can render that user's profile page right here by saying image with a source equal to podcaster.image URL with an alt tag of podcaster.name, a width of about 44, a height of about 44, and a class name equal to aspect-square rounded-LG. If we save that, you can see 2 of our profiles. As I told you, both are the same. And below that, we can render an H2 with a podcaster.name. Of course, we'll have to style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-14, font-semi-bold, and text-white-1. Here, we can also have a loader, I just noticed, a similar loader that we had in the carousel. So let's copy it. If there is no, in this case, it will be top podcasters. So if no top podcasters, return a loader spinner. This way, it will load and it will show the data. Going down, below this H2 and below the figure, we can have one final div that will render a p tag that will render podcaster.total podcasts, some space, and then the actual word that says podcasts. So one podcast right here. We can give it a class name equal to text-12, font-normal, and we can style this div by giving it a class name of flex items-center. So now everything will look aligned. If you want to, try to do some JavaScript magic to create a function to recognize how many podcasts there are, and if it's singular, like 1, then remove the S here, else add the S if it's plural. In this case, I will just leave it as plural, as in most cases, users will have many podcasts, especially the top podcasters. And now, if we close all of the currently open files, you'll notice that our app looks much fuller. We have the homepage with the left sidebar fully done, all the trending podcasts. Don't forget about the podcast details page. And then finally, we have the right sidebar that can lead you to a profile. We'll work on that later on, where you can open up your clerk details, and also this amazing carousel that leads you to the discover page, and top podcasters also leading you to discover all their other work. Later on, we'll also allow this to switch to their distinct profile pages. The app is looking better and better every second. So, what should we do next? I think it's about damn time to do the audio player. Yep, this thing at the bottom is what I'm talking about, that allows you to actually hear the audio that was generated. Otherwise, this is simply just an app where you can see some images. But with the audio player, it becomes a fully fledged podcast application. So let's go right here. Maybe expand our code to the fullest, as there's going to be a lot of code we have to work with to make this happen. And let's get our podcasts to play. To be able to play our podcasts on all the pages, we have to create an audio provider, also known as a context, that will wrap our entire application and provide us with the information of which podcast is currently playing. So let's go to App, and then Providers. And I noticed that this providers doesn't have to be within the app. It might even be better if it's outside in the root directory. So you can pull it out, but just make sure that all of the components referencing this file, such as, let's see, Convex Clerk Provider, this layout right here imported from not /providers. It's going to be /context clerk provider. Great. Now, alongside this providers, or the Convex Clerk Provider, we can create another provider called audio provider.tsx. We'll immediately make it use client, as within here, we'll have to use some of the context functionalities that React gives us, such as creating a context by saying const audio context is equal to create context, coming from React. At the start, the value can be set to undefined, and we also need to provide a type of this create context of either audio context type, coming from types, or undefined, just like this. Right below it, we can create our audio provider that will consume this audio context and then share it with the rest of the application. Typically, a provider is just a regular React component that accepts children as a prop, and that will be of a type children is a react.react node, like this, and then we can open up this. Let's make sure to import React from React if we haven't already. There we go. And within it, we can define a new use state, which will be called audio set audio at the start equal to nothing. And we can then import use state from React and set the type to be either audio props coming from types or undefined. Moving down, we'll also have to know on which path name are we on by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. Why do we need this? Well, that's because we can open up a new use effect where we have a callback function and we call it whenever the path name changes. And here we want to check if path name is triple equal to /create-podcast. If it is like that, we want to stop playing all audio by saying set audio to be equal to undefined. We do that because there we create a new audio which we want to be able to hear, and we cannot hear it if something else is playing instead. So just a small check. After that, we return the audio context dot provider to which we feed this value of audio and set audio. And then we simply return the children. This is the bare bones example of how you can create a react.js context provider. To make our life easier to access it, we can also export const an additional use audio hook that looks something like this. And the only thing this does is it accesses the context of the audio by saying use context, to which we pass the audio context. Don't forget to import this use context hook from React. And if there is no context, we simply throw a new error saying that use audio must be used within an audio provider. And we finally return the context. Also, don't forget to export the audio provider itself by saying export default audio provider. Great. And now we can use this audio provider. What do you think? Where? Well, it will be within our layout. So let's go to app and then go to the primary layout right here, where we're already wrapping it with the Convex Clerk Provider. We can put the Convex Clerk Provider a bit above, like this. and indent it properly. And then we can wrap the body with this new audio provider coming from providers, audio provider. And don't forget to put the whole body within it. While we're here, I also noticed that we can change the font. So far, we have been using Inter, but we will be using manrope. So we can see manrope is equal to manrope coming from Next Font Google. No need for Inter. That's very basic. And then we can say manrope.class name. As simple as that. Now that we're wrapping our application, let's try to consume that data about the currently playing audio. Where do you want to use it first? Maybe we can use it on our podcast details page. Remember, we said we will use it there soon. So podcast details player, I think, is it? Or maybe it's just within the page. No, it is indeed here, as you can see. We have tried importing this before. Use audio from provider's audio provider. Let's make sure to import it properly. It's coming from @/providers and then audio provider. That's good. We can uncomment this set audio right here. And once we do the handle play, we can pass all of the information of the record or of the podcast we're playing to the set audio hook, such as the title, audio URL, image URL, author, and podcast ID. Everything we need to display within our player. And I think that's it. I think that's everything we need to do right here. And you might be asking, is that really it? Like we are just setting the play podcast here? Well, yes. Now that you click this button, our entire application, no matter whether you're on home or somewhere else, will have the information about the currently active podcast. Now, what we have to do is implement the podcast player. This is the thing I'm talking about. And if you look at this, it has a very nice UI, sure, but this is nothing more than a simple media player. You know when we generated the audio in the first time and then we got that basic HTML5 component? This line right here is nothing more than a glorified player, the same one you've seen before. So how can we actually create it? Well, let's create a new component in the components folder, starting called podcast player.tsx. And let's run RAFCE, and let's give it a class name equal to, let's make it dynamic by calling cn. It will be sticky, so it will stick to the bottom, bottom-0, left-0 to position it, flex, size-full, and flex-call. Now, we can also accept all of the props into this podcast player, but not in form of props, rather getting them directly from the audio context. We can do that by saying const destructured the audio is equal to use audio hook coming from provider's audio provider. And now, if you want to get access to something like the title of the podcast you're playing, you can do that. But before, let's do a quick check to make sure that we actually should be displaying something. We can do that by providing a second parameter to this cn. It'll be hidden if there is no audio !audio URL. But if we do have it, we can try to display for now maybe an h1 with a class name text-white-1 and something like text-xl so we can actually see it, or we can render the audio dot. You can see how TypeScript fills it in. Let's render the title. Okay, so now where do we show this podcast player? Only one place within our application. To utilize the full purpose of that file, it'll be within app, root, and then layout. Because here we have the sidebar, we have the mobile nav, the toaster, the right sidebar, and right below the main, we will display our podcast player. That way, we can ensure that it will be playing no matter where we are within any of the pages in the root folder. So now, if we go back to the home page, go here and click Play Podcast. Oh, we cannot see anything yet. So let's actually open up the console. And within the player, we can try to console log to see whether we're getting any audio. So console log, audio. Going back, I will reload. Oh, it actually use audio fails, not a function. So, that might be because I didn't put the use client on top as we're using the hooks or using the context here. And when we add that, and if I click play podcast, you can actually see it right here at the bottom. My first podcast, which is the name of this podcast. And we also get access to all the information from that podcast. This is great, such as the image URL, title. The podcast ID is not there though. We have to see why that is the case. But what matters more is that the audio URL is there. Let's check out the other one. And notice how the state persists if I go back to the homepage, which means that this whole time it will be playing. If I click this one, looks great. JSM Masterclass interview with Christian. Wonderful. I just want to see why the podcast ID is undefined. Could it be because of that typo that we fixed? Let me see if I go to our data, podcasts, and search for podcast ID. No, here it has the ID, but it could be the way we're getting to it, the way we're referencing it. Let's see. Audio is coming from here. Audio provider. And the way that we're actually triggering that right now is within the podcast details player, where we pass the podcast ID. So the question is, do we have the podcast ID here? Into this player, we're passing it from the podcast details player props. So if we go to where we're calling it, that is right here, podcast ID details page. And check this out. TypeScript even warned me. It's saying podcast ID with a lowercase I doesn't exist. Did you mean podcast ID? Yes, that is exactly what I meant. So I will do a quick fix right here. Also go here. And why is he complaining now? Podcast detail player implicitly has a type of any. Let's see why that is. Podcast details player, podcast ID. This is good. If we go to podcast detail player props, podcast ID, this looks good to me. I think we'll be good now. If I go back and reload the page and click play podcast, there we go. Now we have the podcast ID right here. Great. Going back to the podcast player now, we can actually make it look just a tiny bit better by rendering a ShadCN progress component. So if I go to ShadCN and search for progress, this is the bar which we'll be using. So let's just install it and paste it right here. After that, we can just import it and copy its usage. So right here at the top, in the podcast player, we can import progress, and we can use it right here. Progress coming from UI components with a value of, and now here we'll have to figure out how many seconds have passed since we started playing the audio. And for that, we can create a new use state. So use state snippet, that'll be set to current time, set current time at the start set to 0. And we'll also need to access the total duration. So duration, set duration, also set to 0 at the start. So we can import use state from React. And now this progress will show a current time divided by the duration multiplied by 100. And let's spell that properly. So this will be the progress of our playtime. We can also give it a class name equal to w-full, as well as a max will be equal to the total duration. So the value going to the max. Let's also quickly go into the progress component right here so we can change the color because by default it is a bit different. We can do it right here within progress primitive root, where we can add a BG black 5, and on the progress indicator, we can add a BG white 1. I think this will work better. Also, instead of H full, W full, we can just give it size full. And I think this should be good. So maybe if we just set the duration to something like 100 for now, and set the current time to maybe like 10. If we go back and click play, you can see that we have the line with 5 out of 100 right here. Great. What else do we want to show on this player? Well, of course, it will be an image that will have the source equal to audio question mark dot image URL with a width of about 64, height of 64, alt of player, and a class name equal to aspect-square and rounded-XL. And of course, we have to import the image from Next image. And you can add the exclamation mark here so it doesn't complain. And now you can see also the image of the creator of the podcast. And if you want to, you can also just duplicate this H1 for now. And below it, we can render audio.author. So you can see how we're accessing all of this information. And now we just have to create a pretty UI that looks good and allows us to just click play and pause and manipulate with the audio that we have. Typically, the way that you work with these players, still in the current version of React, is with refs. You just target a specific reference and then modify the time, go forward, backwards, and so on. How I would prefer to explain this to you is if you copy the complete podcast player from the README of this project and then paste it right here, I would like to go through it with you while we're checking out the final code together. I think that way you might be able to better understand what's happening instead of getting lost into the actual references of what is happening. I just want you to understand this on a high level, and you can try to replicate it later on. So paste it here, and we can check it out together. Alongside with this, we'll also need a very simple function that will format the time, which we can add to our lib folder. Alongside utils, let's call it format time.ts. And this is a function that I generated using ChatGPT. You can also find it in the README, but basically it gets the time in seconds, and then it returns the time in minutes and then remaining seconds like this. So you know what is the remaining time instead of the current time. So now we're properly importing that as well. So now let me explain everything right here. First, we create an audio ref, which is just an empty React reference. We create some states that allow us to know whether we are playing or not playing the audio. We get the duration, the is muted state, the current time, and all of the information about the current podcast. Then we create a function that allows us to toggle the state of is playing to true or false. Very simple, like a switch, on or off. We do the same thing for the muted switch, toggle it on or off. Next, we have the function that moves the audio forward. And if we didn't use TypeScript, this would be much easier. Just because of TypeScript, we have to check whether all of these things exist before we can actually move forward. So if we didn't use TypeScript, it would look something like this, where you simply say, if audio ref.current time plus 5, so if we increase the audio by 5, will it surpass the total duration? If not, increment it by 5. That means that we have some space to fast forward it. That's it. Literally, increase the current time by 5. This is the only thing that the forward is doing. Similarly, rewind is bringing us back by 5 seconds. Next, in this use effect, we set the current time in the state based off of the audio reference's current time, so we always keep it updated, and we create a new time update event listener, which updates the current time. We have another use effect that allows us to play or pause the audio, and another that sets the duration from the audio ref to the state, and when it ends, we're simply set is playing to false. This is all the functionality that has something to do with playing the audio. And as you can see, we're doing the same thing we have done before with the UI. We show the progress, but we have just a bit prettier of a UI. And see what I told you? It's just the basic audio right here. The image of the author, the title, author name, an icon for rewind, an icon for playing, icon for forwarding, an icon for muting. This is it. That is our player. So if you have understood everything properly, we should be able to go back here and click play podcast. And actually, I can hear it right here, so I'm gonna mute it on the right side, but it is actually playing on my end. And as you can see, this actually moves. You can fast forward or go back by 5 seconds, or even pause it if you want to. This is our player. It is a single component connected with the audio provider that we then wrap our entire application with so we can listen to it no matter where we're on. That is it. We can successfully play audio. And if we keep playing it, we can also exit to homepage and even start playing another right here because it is in the layout, in the global layout, and no matter where you go, it will show. So now that we can go to the podcast details, we can actually play the podcast, which is the primary thing of our application. And let's not forget that it is also completely mobile responsive. So if I go here and choose mobile, you can see how nice this looks like a native mobile player. Now, what should we do next? Well, I think we need to do the Discover page. So once we have more podcasts and more authors, we want to be able to search for them. And for that reason, the Discover page, or you can call it a search page, will show all of the podcasts, but you can also search across them by title, description, maybe even thumbnail. Who knows? We'll go crazy with that. But let's focus on the Discover page next. Navigate over to our app, root, Discover, and then page. And this is where we can start implementing it. Let's put our browser side by side with our editor and collapse it like this. So this is it. This is the Discover. Let's first focus on the UI, and then we can implement the logic for the search. We can do that by creating a new class name on this div and give it a class name of flex, flex-call, and a gap of 9. Right here at the top, we will display a search bar. For now, we can leave it like this. Later on, we will turn it into an actual component. Right below it, we can create a new div, and that div will have the class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 9 once again. Within it, we'll display an h1 with a class name equal to text-20, font-bold, and text-white-1. And for now, within it, we can say Discover. Moving below this H1, we want to map over all of our podcasts. So how can we actually figure out which podcasts are we searching for? Well, we can get a new query from Convex by saying const podcasts data is equal to use query coming from Convex React, where we call the API dot podcasts dot get podcast by search. And to it, we can pass a second argument of search is equal to an empty string for now. And this will give us access to podcast data. So right below the H1, we can say if podcast data exists, then we want to return an empty React fragment. Else, we're going to return that same empty state which we created before. So a component of empty state like this with a title equal to no results found. Let's save it. And since we're using the query here, we have to convert this into a use client page. So let's do it. There we go. No results found was there for a second, but then it loaded. So now we should be able to show something here. And here we can once again check if podcast data dot length is greater than 0. In that case, we can show a div, else we will render an empty state. So here we needed to render an empty state, and below we just needed to render the loader spinner. This is my mistake. So here we'll put a loader spinner. There we go. And I missed an S right here. Okay, so now if we reload, you'll see a loading indicator right here, and then it will disappear. And we don't see an empty state because we do have some podcasts. So let's give this div a class name equal to podcast underscore grid. And here we'll use the same old podcast card, which we have used before. The beauty of component reusability. So podcast card, we can copy it from here, for example. This is in our homepage. So let's just copy this podcast card, paste it right here, and let's properly import it from components podcast card. And we will have to destructure all of the podcast properties, which we can do when we map over it. Oh yeah, that's what I forgot. So before we render this actual podcast card, we need to map over it, and we can actually copy this entire div from the homepage. Podcast grid, trending podcasts, and podcast card. And now we can paste that right here. But instead of trending podcasts, we will map over podcast data. And I think we can add an exclamation mark right here because we know it exists. And now you can see how this looks like on mobile. I think this is the first time we're seeing our podcast grid on mobile devices. But you can see how simple it is to do this once you have already created the components needed to show this. But for now, this is very similar to the homepage. So what we have to do instead is create a new component called search bar and render it at the top. Search bar.tsx, where we can run RAFCE and import it right here instead of the search bar, like this, and it will be self-closing. So now we can go into that search bar and we can implement it. The search bar itself will be very simple. It'll be just a div with a class name equal to relative, margin top of 8, and then block. And within it, we'll want to show an input coming from Chatcn components. So something like this, UI input. And within the input, we'll want to show an image coming from next image with a source of /icons /search.svg, an alt tag of search, a height of 20, a width of 20, and a class name equal to absolute left 4 top 3.5. This will nicely position it within the search. For the input itself, we'll have to manage the state somehow. So we can say use state and create a new search and set search states. At the start, set to an empty string. And don't forget to import use state from React and automatically set this component as client side by adding the use client since we're using a hook. Now we can add additional properties to this input, such as a class name equal to input-class, padding Y of 6, padding left of 12, focus-visible, ring-orange-1. Oh, I think we said ring-offset-orange-1. So now it looks very nice. Let's also give it a placeholder of something like search for podcasts. Let's give it a value of search, and let's give it an onChange property where it updates the search. And we can also give it an onLoad property, onLoad, which will clear the search to an empty state when we load it. So now you can see search for podcast and you can type. But now the question is, how will we actually update the search once you type something? Well, let me show you. I'll create a new use effect field. We can just clear it for now and import it from React. We want to check if a search exists. So if search exists, then we want to use a router functionality to modify our path name. So const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And we'll also have to get the path name. So const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. So now if we have a search, we can call the router.push and push to a template string of /discover search param is equal to the actual search, like this. Else if there is no search and path name is triple equal to discover, we can just router.push back to the discover page. So this is if we don't have anything in the search. And of course, we'll have to add the router and the path name right here. So if we save this, and if we start typing, nothing will change. And that's because we're not keeping track of the actual search property. So if we add it here, now this use effect will get recalled whenever something changes. And you can see how it adds this parameter to the search. But how will that actually change what we're seeing on the screen? Because right now it surely doesn't do anything, right? Well, let me show you. We can go back to the page and we can read the URL from this page. We can do that by accessing Next.js's search params. And we can set this of a type, search params will contain a string of search. So that's how it looks like. So we know that under search params, we will have a property of search. So we can further destructure it. And now we can set this search to be equal to search. Okay? So if we save this, we're now passing proper information to our API podcasts get podcast by search, and then it gets it as an argument, and when it does, it simply filters the podcasts by a query. So first it does it by authors, and then it does it by search title. It checks whether the query that search of the podcast title matches our search, and it takes 10, meaning 10 first ones that match. And then it returns all of them. So now if I start typing something like JSM, you can see the JSM Masterclass experience. If I type something like Adrian, I get this one because the user that created it is called Adrian. Let me get something like Christian. Yep, we can see it here. I think both of them contain mastery in it. No, it's just one, again. What is similar to both of these? Oh, wait, we got an error here saying that the search is expected to be of a v.string, but it got nothing. It got undefined. So we have to figure out why is it getting it as undefined in this case. We'll look into this later on. For now, let's just reload. Oh, and every time we get onto the discover, it says object is missing the required field of search. I think I know what we have to do. We can either set it to search or set it to an empty string. That way it will always be a string. There we go. So now it's good. Let's see what is similar to both of these. Interview, podcast. Yeah, I don't think anything is similar. But as you can see, we can properly filter and search through these. Now, what happens now is as soon as you type one character, it automatically makes a call. And typically, you don't want to do that, as that is an expensive action to make an API call for every single character. So if you type something, it's going to do so many of them. What you want to do in this case is implement a concept known as debounce. And the way that debounce works is you set a timeout for how much time should it wait until it actually tries to fetch for what you typed in. So let's go to lib and create a new file called useDebounce.ts. And in the README, you can find the full function that I want to explain to you. So copy it, paste it, and let's go over it together. We import useEffect and useState from React. We create a new custom hook called useDebounce that accepts a value of t and a delay of 500 milliseconds by default, but we can change it. Then we create a new state and a use effect on when that state will change, after how many milliseconds, in this case 500, and only when it does is it returns this new value that we should send to our API. So how do we use it? Well, if you go back to the search bar, we can say at the top, const debounced value is equal to useDebounce, which we need to import from our custom hooks, to which we pass the search from the state in a 500 millisecond delay. Next, instead of the search, wherever we're saying search here, we will now change this over to debounced value. This value will only change every 500 milliseconds. So as you type something, it will wait that time until it makes another request. And typically 500 milliseconds is enough for a user to type multiple characters. And as long as the user keeps typing, it will not make an additional request until they're done typing. I hope this concept makes sense. It is pretty simple to implement, as you have seen right here. The only thing you really need is a timeout. And that's how you implement debounce in your search. Great. With that said, believe it or not, our Discover page is done. We have used Convex's actions for search, and we have reused most of what we're using already on the homepage, which are these cards. The only thing I would like to update is when I search for something, I would like to say here, instead of discover, searching for. So let's quickly do that by going over to the page and to this H1 right here. And here we can say, if no search, then it can be discover trending podcasts. Else, it can be search results for. And next, we can create a new search property, and only if a search exists, we will render a span element that will render the search query. And we can give it a class name of text-white-2 to just make it a bit different from the rest. So now we can do this, discover trending podcasts, and I can also just search for, let's do Christian. Search results for Christian. This is great. So now our search works even better and everything makes sense. Next, what would our application be without being able to move to different pages on mobile? Yep, we still haven't done the mobile navbar, so now might be a good time to do so. On the deployed version, this is how it looks like. You go here, you press here, and then it pops up from the left. So let's focus on doing that right away by navigating over to our mobile nav. Let's start implementing it. I think Chatcien has a pretty cool component for a mobile nav, and it's called a sheet. It extends the dialog component to display content that complements the main content of the screen. Looks something like this. So let's go ahead and install it by pasting this command right here. Let's import its usage right here at the top. And let's then copy how we can actually use it by putting it within this section. And paste, indent, and we are good. Let's save it and go back to here. Right now, we cannot see it because the open button is a bit hidden. So before we actually go ahead and click it, let's modify this opening trigger by expanding the sheet trigger and rendering a Next.js image right within it that will have a source of /icons/hamburger.svg with a width of about 30, height of about 30, alt tag of menu, and class name of cursor-pointer. If we save it, now it's a bit more apparent right here at the top right. If we click it, it opens up, but it looks quite bad. So let's style the sheet content by giving it a side is equal to left, a class name equal to border-none, and a BG of black-1. So now we have the actual nice looking sheet. Right within that sheet, at the top, we can show our logo. So let's actually remove everything that is within the sheet content. And here we can show our logo. I think we already have a logo within a navigation bar, or that's going to be the left sidebar. So if we scroll to the top, we have this logo with the image right here. So let's just copy this entire link and paste it right here under sheet content. Don't forget to import the link from next link. If we do this, you can see podcaster, but we might need to style it a bit differently by giving this link a class name of padding left of 4 instead of this max LG. We don't need it here. The image is good. We can actually see it. But to this H1, we'll give a text-white-1. And we can also remove this hide on max LG devices. We don't need that. And we can also remove this. There we go, podcaster. Let's also divide it from the image a bit by giving it a margin left of like 2. And this is looking good to me. Below this link, we can render a div that will have a class name of flex. And for the first time, I will show you a special property of h dash, open up the square brackets, and within it say calc. And then you can use 100 VH minus 72 pixels. Why minus 72? Because that'll be the height of our media player. Let's also give it a flex dash call, justify dash between, and an overflow y of auto. Within it, we can render a sheet close, which means that whatever you click within here, the sheet will close, which is exactly what we want to happen. This will be as child of the inner element, which will be a navigation element. And we can actually copy this nav element from the regular left sidebar navigation, because here we're also mapping over the sidebar links. So let's just copy this map, create a new nav right here, and within it, we can paste the sidebar links dot map. Of course, we'll have to import a couple of things, such as the sidebar links themselves. We'll have to import the path name too at the top by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And we'll have to import this cn property right here from libutils. And of course, since we're using the path name, we will need to make this a use client property. And we can delete the things that we don't need from this sheet. I think this will be good. So now if we click it, you can already see something, but doesn't look that good yet. We'll have to style it further by giving this nav a class name of flex h-full, flex-call, gap of 6, and text-white-1. Now we can at least see the text, but we should justify it not in the center, rather just at the start. So remove this justify center and just remove this LG from justify start, and that should do the trick. Wonderful. And everything else can be exactly as it is. So we have this create podcast, you can switch between them, and that works great. But we also want to close the actual sheet once we click on something. We don't want to have to go here and then exit out of it. So how do we do that? Well, we can wrap our link right here with a sheet close. So this looks like that. Of course, we'll have to properly close it at the bottom of that link. And to that sheet close, we can provide as child a key equal to route. So we don't have to provide a key here. If we save that, now if you click it, it very nicely closes it and lets you continue to do your own thing. Great. And notice how this X button at the top right is dark instead of white. So let's command click into the sheet close, open it up, and then scroll down to where we have this X button, and just give it an additional class name of text-white-1. And you can see now that looks better. We can close it here, we can close it by clicking outside, and we can close it by navigating over to another page. This is great. Chatcn makes it so simple, yet your apps works wonderful. Now, what do we do next? We have the podcast details page. We have the player too, which looks great. We have the mobile menu. We have the search, and we have a create podcast page. It seems like everything is done, but to truly ensure it is, let's check out our design. Starting from left to right, we have our authentication, which we have. Then we have a dashboard. And if you want to, sure, you can play a bit with this layout and make it include the latest podcasts too. Right now, we just have this grid, which I'm totally fine with. Next, we have the Create Podcast, which looks great. We have the Discover Community Podcasts. We have the podcast details. So the only thing that is missing is the podcaster profile page. This allows you to check out all the podcasts that a specific author has created. It looks very similar to podcast details page, but just a tiny bit different. Instead of showing the podcast thumbnail, it shows the podcast author image. It has a button to play a random podcast, and it shows all of the podcasts belonging to that specific author. And this is actually something that I want to task you to do. You have watched this video for a long time. We have developed all of these other pages. At this point, you should understand how Convex works. You should understand how ShadCN and Next.js works as well. So I want you to create this profile page. So let me give you some hints, and let's check out when it actually opens right here. So if I go to homepage and I click here, I want to be able to navigate to a profile page by clicking Adrian here. And right now it points to a 404. It's profile/ID. Let's see why that is. If I go to app, root, profile, oh, it looks like I have a generic profile page. Instead of a generic profile page, it should have been profile, new folder, profile ID. And then within it, we want to move this page. That way, it will actually render it out. Next, what did we learn? Well, we learned how we can access this parameter right here at the top, this user ID. We can access it by saying params, destructuring the profile ID from it, because that's the name of that folder, and that is of a type params, destructure the profile ID of a type string. And now we can simply show it right here if we want to by doing the h1 with a class name equal to text-xl, text-y-1, and we can render the profile ID. There we go. So that means we're on a specific profile ID page. What are some of the other ways in which we can get to this page? Well, if we're on desktop, you can just click on a specific top podcaster here, which will also redirect you to their page. You can also click right here at the top, which will bring you to your own profile page. That's pretty cool as well. So now that we know how to get to it, we have to figure out what to show on it. And that you already know, right? We have to have this kind of a layout, which you can very easily get from the Figma design, which is linked down below. We have to create some kind of a special custom card that will show the thumbnail, verified creator, name, listens, and then play a random podcast. And then this right here is a reusable component that simply renders all the podcasts. This is a list of podcast cards, which we have already created. And if you go to the podcasts page in Convex, you should be able to see that we already have get podcasts by author ID. It is this one right here. So this is the special Convex query, which you can use, which simply returns the number of total listeners and all the podcasts belonging to a specific author. And that's more or less it. I want to say, give it a shot. Pause this video, give yourself like an hour, and try to implement it by following the rest of the code base that we have right now. And I truly mean it. Pause the video right now and try to do it. I will continue with the video in 3, 2, 1. So, how did you do? I will leave the complete profile page in the README below in case you want to refer to it or compare your code to this one. And it's totally okay if they are a bit different. This is the structure of the profile page. We get the profile ID, and we also get the currently signed in user. Then we get access to all the podcast data for that specific author by passing the params profile ID. We render the loading while the data is loading, and we have this nice JSX where I extracted this top part right here into an additional component, to which we pass the first name, image URL, and podcast data so we can play a random podcast. Next, we simply map over all of the podcasts or display an empty state. Let me also show you how the profile card looks like by creating a new component called profile card.tsx and pasting it as well. You will notice some JSX right here that allows us to show all of this information, verified creator, user first name, monthly listeners, and the ability to play a random podcast. Let me show you how I did that. You basically get a random index of the total podcast length, so in between 0 and the total podcast length, and you set it to the state. Once you do set it, we simply want to use the set audio state coming from the audio provider, which will automatically play it. And that's it. If I go back right here, you can see my podcaster profile. Let's go for this different one maybe. So we can differentiate the profile photo and the podcast photo. There we go. So we have podcaster profile, Adrian, 0 monthly listeners, and we can play a random podcast. This works great, and you can also navigate to that podcast to see more information about it. This is it. So how did you do? Even if you were unsuccessful, I hope that you still tried to do it, because once you actually try, you can learn. And yes, this podcaster profile looks great on desktop devices, especially once you create more podcasts. Another thing that happens right now is that you have to scroll up and down all the time if the podcast player is active. So there's a little trick we can use to fix that. Let's go over to left sidebar, and at the top, we can calculate the height of the media player only if it's opened, and then we can change the height based off of that. For that, we can use a CN property like this, coming from libutils. We can pass the left sidebar by default, as well as h-calc 100 VH minus 5 pixels. And then outside of it, we can apply an h-calc like this, 100 VH minus 116 pixels right here. Make sure to properly close it. And this will only happen if the audio is playing. So let's get access to this audio by saying const audio is equal to use audio, coming from providers audio, something like this. It's so simple to access it. And we can say audio, question mark, audio URL. And now this will change the height depending on whether it's playing or not. And we can copy this entire section with the audio and replicate it for the right sidebar as well. So if we scroll up, we can just copy this, override it, import the audio and import the CN, put the audio above the if statement, change this to right sidebar, and I believe we're good. If you do that, you can notice how now the actual logout button and everything flows on top of this player. And if there's no player, there is no scroll happening at all. But if we do try to play something, like if we go here and click play, now there's a bit of scroll happening right here. So to fix this, let's go back to our code and let's modify this height of the left sidebar to something like 140. I think this will be good. And do the same thing for the right sidebar. Now, if you go back, you'll notice that the sidebars don't scroll anymore, but only the center part does. So let's modify the overflow property on the homepage. We can do that by going over to this primary layout and adding an additional class name over to this body. We can do that by turning this class name into a dynamic property, and only on medium devices and higher, we can give it an overflow of hidden. This will remove the scroll, and now no longer does it scroll. It actually looks and functions great, more so like a native mobile application than a clunky web application, which is the whole idea. But if you go back to mobile, you can still see that it nicely scrolls, you can play it, and you can nicely scroll through everything. Great. But as I said, if you go back, no scroll happening at all, and you can nicely scroll around. But if we add this on the layout and go to create podcast, you can notice that we cannot scroll this form, even though we should be able to. Okay, so that means that we won't be able to add it here directly to our body. Rather, we can just do it on the home page. So if we go to page, root, right here on this div, we can set the overflow on medium devices and higher to hidden. So now on create podcast, we can scroll, and on our homepage, it is locked exactly how it should be. On discover, same thing happens, and on profile, it looks great. And with that, you have successfully developed Podcaster, an AI SaaS application. So let's get it deployed. Go to github.com/new and create a new repository. I'll call it Podcaster, make it public, and create repo. Once you do that, you can put this side by side with your code. Then kill all of your terminals and follow the instructions. Git init, git add dot, git commit -m, first commit, git branch -m, main, git remote add origin, and git push u origin master, or in this case, main. After that, your repo is right here. Next, head over to vercel.com, go to New Project, and choose Podcaster. You'll also need to add your environment variables. So if we go here to our envs, you can copy all of them and then paste them right here and click deploy. I can tell you from experience that first deployment never goes through, especially after developing such a big project. So let's give it a couple of seconds and let's make it bug out and give us an error message, after which we can fix it and make it work. Okay, there we go. If you expand building, you'll be able to see that we have a TypeScript error happening in this case. And to skip those TypeScript warnings in deployment, we can head over to next.config.mjs, say TypeScript, open up a new object, and say ignore build errors is set to true, which should skip those build errors and allow us to publish. So just generate a new commit message and commit and sync. Or using a terminal, that would be git add dot, git commit -m, and then git push, and that's it. Now, this will automatically trigger a redeployment of this project. So let's go here. You can see it's deploying it. And by the way, I want to show you that we host a lot of our projects on Vercel. We have a lot of people from the masterclass here, which is our official bootcamp where we teach you how to land a career in development. And also here we host our Ultimate Next.js course. So if you came to the end of this video, you might really want to use it. In this project, we didn't get the opportunity to use the server-side rendering that Next.js offers. But if you want to truly learn how to use it, check out this course and go from this to something like this. All while doing a deep dive into the codebase, into learning the concepts. Using these informational posts, you build and deploy an even more complex app than this one, and you even have active lessons to test your knowledge. So now let's see if this has deployed by going to deployments, and it does seem like it is ready. Great. Let's head over to project and click visit. And it actually loaded everything. I have a Vercel extension, so that's why I can see this menu. But as you can see, everything works just as it did on our localhost. If we go to create podcast, we need to authenticate. So let's do just that. And we are in. Now we can see the discover. We can search for a podcast or see that we have none with test name. And we can also play the podcast.
Just a couple of years ago, I was in...
This is amazing. Amazing work coming to the end of this project. It was a long one, but I hope you learned a lot. It really showed me how convenient and intuitive it is to build scalable applications with Convex. It also showed me how good of a connection Clerk and Convex are because they both strive to do the same thing. They provide you with the backend and logic and flexibility of common things, like creating CRUD functionalities for backends or accessing third-party services, like OpenAI in this case, and they allow you to focus on actually developing your project. And it's the same thing with Clerk. They simplify auth so you can focus on developing your own applications functionalities. Together, those two make it so easy to develop SaaS applications and scale them to thousands of users without ever paying a cent for it, as the limits are quite generous on both plans. So with that in mind, amazing job at coming to the end of this video. Check out the Ultimate Next.js course if you want to learn how to do server-side Next.js rendering and build an amazing project. And build Dev Overflow, which is a modern Stack Overflow clone application, which works and functions amazingly. We also use OpenAI to provide code answers to the questions. There's a lot of stuff happening. So go ahead and check it out. So thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a wonderful day.